The joys of interpreting the message of this story. Oh, joy. Can't wait. Okay, we're live and good evening. Thanks for everyone for joining for our part 3 of this wonderful defense, or if not, the way of watching The Last Jedi guide by Mr. Nerrel on YouTube. And I'm joined again by LiteratureDevil, Evan, and oh, Southpaw's here. Look at that, Southpaw. Hey, Southpaw, how's it going, man? He's still having connection issues, it appears, but okay then, that's fine. So we last left off of talking about this wonderful video of, man, it was a bit of a mess. I can't exactly remember where we left off. I do know the next thing coming up though, which is everyone's favorite defense to hear about, which is
themes.
The themes.
I think he was covering
my
beforehand
earworms.
that like he was went over explaining how it's all amazing and how everything makes sense with it. It's like, oh boy.
You can come up with any theme your little heart desires, and it was going to make so much sense to everyone as soon as you see, well, whatever philosophy they come up with. It could be anything. Like you can make up any old mental block in your head and go, you know what? The Last Jedi is really about family. It's really about a bunch of people coming together and running away together. It's all about. It's like, okay, yeah, could be that. Or it could be a war where everyone's dying and everyone's getting killed for no good reason. So you can interpret this movie in so many ways because it's so vague. The theme, or themes, if there are any, are very nondescript. And if they're not blatantly told that to you, like Yoda is telling you, there's probably not a good understanding of what the theme is. And I imagine if Yoda never said anything, he just lit that tree on fire, no one would have anything to say about themes. They'd be like, what is this? What is this movie about? I need the movie to tell me that, because they have no idea.
The theme is about saving what you love instead of fighting what you hate, okay?
Maybe. It could be. I just don't know how the hell that applies to this movie.
Apparently, that's been the message of Star Wars since the first movie. Is you don't fight what you hate. You say the things you love. It's not just a new common occurrence or anything like that. They made up for the new movies or anything.
And you do that by having elaborate strategies of attacking your enemy, and
by destroying yourself with.
I guess having kamikaze runs. I don't know. Maybe that's the new defense these days.
These movies are so bad. Of course, you need nebulous and this abstract things, abstract arguments to defend them, if at all.
I want you guys to think about what if the Death Star attack in the in A New Hope had been commanded or run similarly to I guess what they were trying to do on Crate, where it's like, oh, we're taking too many losses, we need to retreat. Like, no, like everyone needs to, continue fighting and trying to blow up the thing no matter how many X-Wings and Y-Wings they take out. It's like doing retreating is not going to do anything. But this movie tries to reframe how Star Wars, how the rebels will attack the Empire to make it seem like, oh, it's a bad thing for them to continue attacking despite getting continuous losses, which is bullshit.
It's hard to look at the old trilogy and say, hey, you know what? Maybe if they infiltrated the Death Star and they had you spent all this time creating a persona of a stormtrooper or what have you, but you know the weakness of the thing, and you become like a technician or a cleaning guy, and you go all the way down the the vent. You're like, okay, I'm ready to blow this thing up. Like it's possible. You could have other stories of explaining how to do sabotage on this gigantic moon of a death weapon. So yeah, it's possible, but it wouldn't be Star Wars. It would be like a space espionage story.
Well, they have a ticking clock. You see, the Death Star is about to blow up the rebel base on the fourth moon of Yavin. And just like they do in The Last Jedi, where the First Order has this massive Death Star tech battering ram that's going to blow open this otherwise impenetrable door that will then lead to all of the resistance getting killed because they don't have the numbers or the weaponry to take on everything that the First Order is throwing at them. So it seems rather insane to then say, all right, we need to just retreat so that they can then just go ahead and kill us all anyways.
Yeah.
Which is what the strategy was, because at the time, they didn't know a way out of the cave. They didn't know how they could get picked up by Rey and Chewbacca on the Millennium Falcon. And they didn't know that Luke was going to come in and stall the First Order long enough to prevent them from just entering the abandoned Rebel outpost. And so, considering that their strategy was, we need to destroy that cannon in order to prevent them from getting inside, so that we can bunker down long enough for help. Them deciding to call off the attack just because most of the speeders are getting destroyed is retarded. It's basically them just admitting defeat and being like, all right, we need to just head back to the base so that they can go ahead and kill us.
Yeah, if the idea of the movie is that everything fails, you're never good enough, everything's ineffective, that would actually work, but we didn't get that. We get sort of this wishy-washy, several plot threads coming together at one sort of idea. And I actually just saw a clip. I don't watch The Mandalorian, but I saw a clip of a bunch of guys trying to shoot down a TIE fighter. And there's this lady, and she says, we can't do it. Our guns are ineffective. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what happens in Last Jedi. You have all these guys lined up, I don't know why, outside of the giant, big defensive wall that protects everyone. So they go outside to get killed with their ineffective guns, shooting at things that aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Until Rey comes by and just annihilates them all.
In defense of what was happening in The Mandalorian, it's like, I mean, they were in a position where that was pretty much their only option. They were inside a boat that was floating alongside some lava. They can't just get out of the boat because the lava will kill them. It's like, what, are they just not going to shoot at the TIE fighter, like, at all? Because there is a chance that you could maybe do something that hits the TIE fighter in the right spot, as improbable as that may be. It's better than doing nothing, is my point. Whereas with Crate, I'm not entirely sure why they're doing it, because they've got that impenetrable gate that they could just shut, and then they're going to be fine, so long as that cannon gets destroyed.
And there was no plan to stop the cannon. There was no armament they would have. They didn't know any of their weapons would work. None of the speeders that they were flying with seemed to have any weaponry, or if they did, they melted. We never saw any of those things fire a shot. It was
in Battlefront 2, in the 2017 Battlefront 2, Crate is a map that you can play on the giant 20 versus 20 mode, and you can actually use those speeders, and they do have cannons in that game. But in the movie, they don't show them firing anything, even though it looks like they would have some guns on the side. Like the models for those speeders aren't altered for the game.
Yeah,
so
it's very similar to the Flying Fortress at the start of the movie. They have 6 gun turrets that don't seem to work or never seem to shoot anything. And they're not a fortress. They're just giant big walls of destruction. They get blown up very quickly. So a lot of ineffectual scenes in this movie. If that's the theme, is everything sucks, everything is never going to work, that would have been a great war movie. That would have been a really good downer movie of just depression and death and loss and sacrifice and suffering. Wow, this would have been what a realistic take on the war element of Star Wars. I would have loved to have seen something along those lines, just to give a different tone. Obviously,
you mean like the third act of Rogue One?
I don't know. I haven't seen Rogue One, so I can't say.
Oh, okay.
But that would have been a realistic outlook if the story had the theme of failure, which Yoda says is what this life learning is all about. But we're going to find out what Nerrel thinks one of the theme or a theme is in this movie.
Time for themes.
Yes.
Is trying to stop. And this is where themes become incredibly important to the story. Star Wars has always had a lot of general themes.
It's all about generations, and it's about the issues of fathers and sons and grandfathers.
But The Last Jedi gets far more specific and says more than any other movie in the series.
Okay, so The Last Jedi has so many messages. It says way more than any other movie in the series. So a hero's journey of discovery and good versus evil, figuring out who you are, losing your family, going on an adventure, learning you have a sister, all these wonderful revelations in just the first trilogy, but nothing compares to The Last Jedi and all of its many, many messages that we're just not aware of. We've never heard of them before because we couldn't understand them, I guess.
It has it is the movie that contains the sexiest scene in Star Wars, apparently.
Apparently that's true.
Which one? The fingers touching or the
No, the throne womb scene where they have the fight and everything's all red and they have a fight and there's like 100. Apparently, there's 1,000 different reasons why that is apparently the sexiest scene in Star Wars.
You mean like the bit where Rey puts her hand on Kylo's thigh?
I didn't think of that. That's
hard. That shit gets me hard.
I wonder why she even did that, because she's so amazing. Why would she need to lean back and have a man support her when she's kicking 3 of them with the Force apparently at once and launching them across the room?
Yeah, speaking as a guy that trains in Krav Maga, when you're doing a defensive kick, you don't want to pull yourself backwards as you do that. You're going to want to basically kind of like propel yourself forwards as you deliver the kick. Even like a defensive kick where you don't have the time to, say, get in the proper stance so that your back leg can do it, because that's where all the power is going to come from. If you're having to kick with your front leg or something, it's still not exactly the best idea to kick whilst leaning backwards. You're going to want to propel yourself forwards, and she doesn't even do that. But that somehow sends not just one, but 3 guys back at the same time. What she basically did was she essentially tapped one dude with her foot while she was like pulling herself backwards, which is going to be one of the least effective kicks ever. And all 3 of them just said, "Oh shit, she's a real kicker. We need to step away from this one."
It's a lot of strange choreography to call it the sexiest fight scene, or the sexiest scene, let alone there are a bunch of people trying to kill each other. But okay, it's when I think of a bunch of people trying to murder one another in a big glossy throne room, copulation is not on my mind. It's kind of like, oh, imminent death and dismemberment, maybe. It's, doesn't really get my brain going in that direction, but I guess it's the red color. I don't know.
The first theme is the idea of destruction versus preservation. Obviously, old ideas can't work forever and have to be abandoned at some point, but clear burning everything will result in good things being lost. It's why Kylo Ren is the villain.
The Sith, the Jedi, the Rebels, let it all die.
There has to be a balance between old and new, and finding that balance is where the conflict lies. Luke's insistence that the Jedi belong...
Okay, that's a lot of to just sink in. Destruction versus...
Preservation?
What...
He's going down. He's like listing references, but like this is really flimsy, and this is why like if you're gonna say like this film has a theme of X, like you need to support that, and you need to like have some good references. He's being very vague. He's saying like Kylo wants to like destroy everything. Luke does too, but some of them are wrong. I don't know. We'll have to see where he goes, but
I'm thinking of like, the start of the movie where they're trying to take some stuff with them. They're like, no, we don't need that anymore. And I guess they're preserving what they have left of their munitions. I'm like, okay, yes, true. They're trying to escape, right? But that's just, those are just events. Like if you want to describe a theme as the sum or the majority of events in a scene or a movie, then great. I can go with that. But he didn't even define what a theme is. So we don't know where he's coming from. We just know that he said some stuff about destruction versus preservation, and Kylo is that's why Kylo is the main villain. You're like, why? Is Luke the secondary villain?
It's different. He got redeemed.
He's probably the guy who went astray and now he has to come back because he's obviously wrong.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. It's a very strange look to have this generic destruction versus preservation idea, as if running away is a form of obviously running away is to is a tactic, is a strategy in combat. You say, okay, I can't fight, I'm going to lose, so may as well run away, may as well preserve myself and everything else. Sure, fine, but that's any war movie at all. Any sort of attack. Oh, I'm going to stand or I'm going to run. Which one is it? Oh, you're running away. You're preserving yourself. Great. Every single conflict where someone runs away is preservation now. That's how I can see it, because he hasn't defined the term very clearly. He just said Kylo is the bad guy. And you're like, okay, yeah, so.
That's what happens. I mean, you can't really specify these things, because if they do, then the people who don't agree with them have things to critique.
Mm-hmm. You got to keep everything nebulous. That's how your theme stays intact.
Ambiguity is their power. That's how you defend The Last Jedi, with ambiguity.
It's a fill in the blank movie. It's like there's so much mystery and stuff that isn't explained. It's like people fill it in their minds. They have headcanon, and that's why the film is so masterful. It's like
The Last Jedi is such a masterpiece. It's such just a subtle masterpiece of a film that that's what it is. It's just so many themes. You plebeians, you just can't grasp it all. It takes someone with a gigantic mega brain, galaxy brain, to truly understand the majesty of The Last Jedi. If you're just a regular person, though, if you have a very low IQ or whatever, then it's a bad movie. But if you're really smart, like all of these critics who defend it, then you can finally understand the subtleties and the fine wine sort of themes.
I remember this week, Kelly Marie Tran said that Canto Bight was a move of genius by Ryan Johnson. And I was sitting there going, in what world can this be seen as a good thing in any light? Because considering the complete lack of plot and relevance to the story, that saving a bunch of dogs, of giant dogs, was an act of genius for storytelling. Like, what was there? The theme of what? This theme of freedom, opulence.
They were glad that basically classism was finally depicted in the Star Wars universe. Like that's a thing that they care about so much in the real world. So when fiction decides to depict it, they like it. And to be clear here, it's not necessarily a bad thing when a story tries to tackle this very complex and mature subject. The Wire handles this very well. Has anyone here seen The Wire?
No, I haven't.
It's filmed in Toronto. Never saw it.
Wait, Evan, I think you cut out there. What?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay. I recommend checking it out. It's a really good sort of a study of, sort of, I wouldn't say just like class warfare in Baltimore. It's like, it's kind of focusing on how, so different socioeconomic factors that come into play when it comes to crime and the drug war in the U.S. But the problem with Canto Bight is mainly like it's not that it tried to address the theme of class warfare. It's just it's so on the nose and kind of cartoonish. Not to mention that it doesn't really have that big of an effect on the story or really take the characters in a meaningful direction. Like Poe's character arc in this movie is basically a repetition of his in The Force Awakens, which is why a lot of people felt like it was a waste of time. And so, but for the people that like the movie, that are super left-leaning and obsessed with the whole like classism and shit, the fact that Ryan Johnson even decided to make a subplot acknowledging or addressing it or whatever is like, ooh, this is kind of cool. It's leftist, class warfare ideology being preached in Star Wars. I like this. And have you seen Jonathan McIntosh's recent tweet I wouldn't say
Yeah.
recent. It was like a couple weeks ago, but I'll go ahead and read it out. The Last Jedi really is a perfect barometer. If someone hates it, you can safely ignore anything else they have to say about Star Wars, cinema, or politics.
Well, he's just run-of-the-mill defender of the Last Jedi, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Is like the people that defend The Last Jedi have been attacking folks like, you Smud Boy, LiteratureDevil, Evan, me, Mahler. They've been saying that we don't allow people to have their opinions, and yet here they are, basically going around telling people that they are a lesser person if they don't like this movie.
It's a strange
Your
thing. You could
opinions
apply
don't
that
matter.
third term instead of politics. You could have applied sexism or economics or class, like class struggle. Like put anything in that third criteria for things that you shouldn't listen to someone over because they disagree with liking a movie. It's it's bizarre. We're not stopping anyone from criticizing. In fact, we love it when people like Nerrel make videos so we can say, hey, what does the other side have to say? What's so great about this movie? Did we miss something? Maybe we need to shift our perspectives and listen to the other side once in a while. Sure, let's do that. And we're listening. We're going, okay, right. And yeah, you're wrong because of all these reasons. So it's not like we're not listening. It's not like we're trying to stifle the conversation. We want them to talk to us. We want people to come on and say, hey, what makes something good?
Dude, I would love nothing more than to actually like this movie than to like every movie in the Star Wars franchise and the sequel trilogy. Like, I would absolutely love for these movies to be something that I would consider to be good. I just need an argument for it.
Yeah.
I just need a solid argument for like why it would meet my standard, why it would meet the criteria that I have for my standard of good writing with like consistently written characters and rules that are held and maintained consistently. But it's been 2 years now, and I've yet to hear a really solid one. And this guy is supposed to be the one that's providing the best the best defense for this movie. And there isn't anything that he has said that has made me think, oh yeah, that's a really good point. I should reconsider how the movie is made. No, it's just
Same thing, same arguments, just in a different voice. It's calmer now.
And I don't want to belittle people who actually like the movie, but it's always something simple and mundane, like, oh, it was really attractive, it was fun to watch, it was exciting. It's always a surface level thing. And if that's what it is, great. We understand where you're coming from. We don't have to turn our brains on. This is great. You could, if that's it, like if it's another Michael Bay flick, but by a bigger studio, okay, we can appreciate it for what it's worth. The same.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, the same argument like with the Witcher series. It's an adaptation of the books. It's super popular because of the games. And they say, oh, well, I know Geralt, I know Ciri, blah, blah, blah. And they watch it like, hey, well, this is really different than what I was expecting. This is not even what the book was showing me. So there's an adaptation that people need to get past and go, okay, is it still a good show regardless of my knowledge of the books or the games? Or maybe neither. And you have to then appreciate it on that level. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that little sweet spot that says, I'm a fan, but maybe I can suspend my disbelief with the lore. Or I like action, but maybe it's not really good action. It's all in space. It's all sci-fi-ish. Like, we need to know what perspective is the right one. And we'll say, hey, now we can appreciate this thing for what it's worth. Because if I look at it, I see a bunch of massive plot holes with characters that don't work, with technology that doesn't work, with a plot line and pacing that is just all over the place. And all we have left are music scenes that are really beautiful and some vistas that look really great.
The one context in which I will avoid being particularly vocal about how much I hate these movies is so this is a personal anecdote, but my mom's a full-time nanny, and one of her oldest clients has a few kids that recently had a sleepover here, and two of them are girls, and they like Star Wars, but they really like Rey. And they're pretty young, It's like the oldest one of them is 12, I think. And in that case, it's you know what? They were prodding me and trying to get me to criticize the sequel trilogy, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to do it. they're kids, and I don't want to shit on a kid's enjoyment of these movies. I don't want to be one of those guys. But when we're talking to a grown ass man like Nerrel or Nerrel or however his name is pronounced, and we're trying to actually have a discussion about, is this actually like quality writing? Then that's where the gloves come off. And in the name of writing that is going to like the future of writing is what I think about with when I criticize these movies. Okay, I want there to be more writers out there that take into consideration how bad it is to have character assassinations, to do Deus ex machinas and contrivances, and basically have plot lines that make no sense once you apply just the slightest bit of scrutiny to them. With little kids, not so much, but with adults, I think that it is still a very important subject to debate in an earnest manner.
Yeah, especially with adults making the argument that it's good and then trying to prove to you why it's good, and then you have every right to respond. Especially if they're the same sort of people like this Jonathan McIntosh who says, "Oh, you are stupid or a lesser person if you don't like The Last Jedi." Then I'm pretty sure most people are very, very well equipped and eager to respond in a critical way.
Yeah, and it's like I have nothing against the idea of like they wanted to make a female protagonist for the sequel trilogy. There's no inherent issue with that. It's just that the way that Rey was written and how she succeeds at everything, and she has like no flaws that make her a dynamic character that make her interesting or the least bit relatable. How she never loses. How the most that she suffers is she gets tortured for a little bit, and then she gets a scratch on the arm, and then that's basically it. And there's no psychological effects that come about from that torture, because that's a thing that would happen to most people if they get tortured. It changes them to some level. She suffers no consequences of that. Like literally an hour after that happens, she's like, "Woo! I like this," So it's just
that's why I'm always wary these days when they bring out a movie with a female protagonist these days, because modern Hollywood has no idea how to write women anymore. They used to write them like human beings. Now they write them like higher beings. So it's going to be flawless.
There's a video that I watched that's called "Strong Female Characters Are Ruining Female Characters."
Dr. Shame, right?
Yeah, I think so. I loved that video. It talked about like how women are written in film and like how they vary. Like it's not just like necessarily their power level. Like you can write fascinating characters that are like different from men, because like there are differences like with how men and women behave. It's like it's not a sexist thing. It's like there's differences, and that's like you can be an interesting writer with that. You don't have to make them like superheroes. It's like that's not what makes an interesting character, just them being incredibly powerful.
You can also actually make them pretty competent and capable action heroes as well. You look at Furiosa from Fury Road. I don't think that she's a Mary Sue. She loses against Max and other people. So that's what I would consider like the gold standard. Because I haven't watched Aliens yet. I know, shoot me now, but I will get to that eventually. But Ilsa Faust from the Mission Impossible series is another great example of a
good character,
a strong female character that's also actually a character that does have moments of weakness, that does have moments where she needs another person's assistance, who is a flawed person, and I enjoy that character very much. In fact, I think that she's the best character in the series. If they had written Rey to be more like a Furiosa or Ilsa type character, I would see myself liking Rey quite a bit. So it's like on the previous stream, I went through that list of traits that are very common in Mary Sue's, and it was very clear that a lot of those things that Rey has that are common with Mary Sue's are not traits that either Anakin nor Luke had. So when people keep on saying, "Oh, well, Luke blew up the Death Star in his first time flying an X-wing," Like, well, okay, you also got to factor in all the times that he gets his ass beat and needs to be saved. He's not some, one man, like he can do everything by himself sort of thing. And he never loses. He never loses his hand. Or never gets his ass kicked. No. So it's like at the same time, they made this character with the intent of they wanted to give little girls a character to look up to. Like, oh, look, it's this cool woman Jedi that gets to do all kinds of cool shit. I totally get that. However, I just would have liked it if Rey maybe had been written in a way where everyone could have gotten to like her. And no, maybe not everyone, but like 90% of people rather than like just half of the people that watch these movies.
Yeah, one thing about Star Wars is that all these people defending The Last Jedi and The Force Awakens have all been saying, "Oh, finally, Star Wars has a strong female character in its canon," and everyone who's actually a fan of Star Wars, who likes the franchise genuinely and not for political reasons, obviously retorts with, "What do you mean finally? There's been plenty of strong female characters in Star Wars canon. It's just that they're not canon anymore, thanks to Disney, thanks to the champion of Disney who put the first quote unquote first female character in Star Wars."
Well, what these people generally seem to mean is that they want a strong female protagonist instead of just a strong female character. They want the central character to be a female. Rather than you have like Princess Leia, who is a strong character, but she's also a supporting character. You have Ahsoka Tano, who is a strong character, but she's also in a TV show that like not every movie watcher is going to have seen. Or Mara Jade, and it's like, look, I haven't even read the books that Mara Jade is in. So what these people wanted was they wanted a female protagonist, and that's like for the mainline movies, and that's fine. However, just maybe write her like she's an actual
human being,
normal human being. even though she's got these space wizard powers, she can still be flawed and relatable and interesting. And she's just not in the way that she's written in these movies. She isn't. Like Jyn Erso is not that interesting of a character from Rogue One, but she's still handled better than Rey.
Yeah, she just happens to be female. That's about all there is to her. There's nothing really about her character, at least from what I saw. Again, I haven't watched the movie, but from clips and people talking about it, it's like there's nothing really feminine about her specifically that we can say.
She's not a Mary Sue. She gets her ass kicked a couple of times in those movies, and it's nothing to the same degree as Rey. Like if Rey is your metric for whether a character fits the definition, then
if she was more like a Sarah Connor character who was not necessarily the main character, but she's still taking on this impossible foe and this massive organization, you'd be like, oh wow, she's got things and hurdles to. How is she going to overcome this giant? The same with Luke. How is Luke going to overcome this massive monstrosity and all these TIE fighters? How are all these things going to keep him from doing his job or doing his goal? Like that's the sort of like suspense and wonder that we're like, wow, the bigger it gets, how is this possible? Like that's the question we want to get into. With Rey, it's like she's gonna stop it. We just don't know how she's gonna stop it, but she's gonna win. And she's gonna like invent a force power or
something's gonna happen that lets her win.
This will this whole thing was cemented by her defeating Kylo Ren in like the first time that she used a lightsaber. Like once that happens, like, well, I mean, what's only going to happen after this is like if she's able to beat him now, she's only going to get even stronger as the series goes on. And sure enough, like that's what my dad said. May he rest in peace. But like coming out of The Force Awakens, we were both in agreement. It was like, yeah, she is just going to get more powerful as the series goes on. And I wish that he had lived to see how fucking overpowered she got so that he could be like vindicated on this.
It would be interesting if they did the opposite of what they did. Just have them say, well, you are force sensitive, but she's not manifesting any force powers. Like sure, force powers are very weak if they're at all. And then we'll see how is this going to happen now? What is she going to do? And then she would really need a mentor. And so I think it wouldn't be the opposite. Yeah, we've done with Finn. Yeah. In fact, I think Finn would have been a much better main character than Rey would have been. Finn had a way better backstory, way better setup for Finn.
Totally. I think that if they wanted to have a strong female protagonist that was also interesting, they should have given Rey, like they should basically switch Rey and Finn, like as in have Rey be the stormtrooper that defects and has all of the flaws that Finn is shown having, but then she still gets the whole she's a force sensitive and she becomes a Jedi. If that's what they wanted, that would have been fine.
They had female stormtroopers in the third movie, so it wouldn't be out of line to have Rey be a female stormtrooper who defected.
I mean, they had a female
and Phasma
in Phasma, yeah,
Phasma.
And it would make some sense because she's feeling things that she doesn't want to go to war. She has this background in being sensitive to her emotions that the Jedi do. They have this insight into human conditions that, hey, maybe I shouldn't slaughter a whole bunch of villagers. What's this feeling in the back of my gut or the back of my head telling me not to do this? It's like, oh, it's the Force. Oh, it's this mystical power telling you that life is not a bunch of murdering lunatics. It's about preservation and peace. You're like, oh, yeah, right. And then she builds a resistance out of that, not, hey, look, it's the resistance. And who are they resisting? The First Order. Who the hell are they? The Empire. Wait, didn't the Empire get destroyed? It's like, no, they're back. It's like, how do they get back? Like,
they're just back now.
They're just
because Snoke put them back together. But where did Snoke come from? What did he do? How did he bring back the Empire from its fragments and its the scattered nonsense that has been distributed throughout the galaxy? How did he bring them all back together into this war machine that is now the First Order? If you ask that, you're a bigot because that's asking too many questions. You didn't need a backstory for Palpatine, did you?
Also, the idea of making Rey a defecting First Order stormtrooper, it would fix the issue of how she has so many skills at her age with her background. Like, if she was a stormtrooper, then I could believe that she maybe learned how to at least fly a TIE fighter, and this is why she knows how to shoot. And hey, they have stun batons, so they have some experience with training in like melee combat. So
hand-to-hand combat, melee combat. We can see her knowing how to repair ships and repair vehicles. Just probably even doing some MacGyver type stuff. If she ever been out in the field. So we can so many things could have been forgiven if they had given her any sort of implication of backstory, like her defecting from the First Order, because obviously even General Hux says in the first movie that these First Order stormtroopers have been trained from birth or instructed from birth, or at least childhood, to do what they did. So if we have that, we have Rey's defection coupled with that line from General Hux, it would be very, very easy to come to the conclusion that she had been trained or taught a lot of these skills we see her utilizing in the first movie, and it would be no problem. And we get to see it would make sense why she could fight Kylo Ren and maybe hold her own. So many things could have been fixed. That's why I've said my previous video, the one I did like a month ago, I said that it would be very interesting, or it would fix a lot of problems if maybe she was mentored by a Jedi, and that's where she's waiting for instead of her parents.
Yeah. I think that it'd be interesting to, because I like to do this sort of idea of like, okay, if I were writing this terrible film, like if I had it my way, how would I have written it? And like I'm doing that with Dark Knight Rises currently, and I kind of like to sort of experiment with the sequel trilogy as well. Like, okay, the stipulations are here that you have to use basically all of the new characters. You have to use Rose Tico and make her an interesting character. You have to do the same thing with Holdo. You have to do the same with Captain Phasma and Poe. It's like there's nothing inherently wrong with those characters' names or their positions, like in the story. I guess it's just more a matter of, as they were written was shit. How could you write them better? So I think like that would be a very interesting thing to sort of do. And what we've been doing with Rey here is like, I'm already liking this version of Rey that we've been making up in our own hypothetical version of the sequel trilogy than the Rey that we got in the movies.
It takes 10 seconds to fix anything in this movie and make it sound better. It's really that easy, guys. Come on, we can be completely blitz drunk and say, you know what, Rey, she's really a robot. And you're like, okay, that makes some sense. Yeah, like we can say all kinds of crazy things. It would make more sense than The Last Jedi. But
Well, yeah, it's like the very you look at the people that are saying, "Hey, Finn should have been the protagonist." Like, oh, because people like the whole defecting stormtrooper thing. Okay, so then what they should have done is make Rey the defecting stormtrooper, give Finn that backstory. Sorry, give Rey Finn's backstory. Basically, boom, it fixes Rey.
anyway, gentlemen, we have to go back to the themes, back to the show.
Yes, we do.
As much as we
Ben,
love
I
brainstorming.
think you should turn me down a little bit. I think apparently I'm too loud.
You're now way too low. Let me just bring you back up. Give me 90% volume, sir.
There we go. Let's see how that works.
All right, that sounds good to me.
That's a lot better.
Lost to history has aligned him with the bad guys in this regard.
I did not expect Skywalker to be so wise.
The decision to preserve or destroy even plays out in a literal sense with Poe's opening attack.
I'm with the droid on this one.
Leia is focused on preserving the fleet and simply wants to escape once the last ship is ready. Poe disregards her orders and deploys bombers to finish his attack on the dreadnought. The attack goes horribly wrong and puts the entire fleet at risk, forcing Rose's sister to sacrifice herself.
If by horribly wrong, it was completely successful, yeah.
Not only that, but it's like it was failed because you had these ships which are crap and they do not. It was impossible for that exact scenario not to have happened, where like nothing else could have happened except all those ships being destroyed. Why were they taking out the turrets on the dreadnought if they were not going in for their bombing run? Like, what was the point of all this if they didn't want to get rid of the dreadnought so that they could have their lives saved?
You know what this scenario is equivalent to? It's you take a real life military commander, okay, and he gives his some captain that's leading a platoon of his soldiers, right? He's sending them out on this mission. It's a very important mission. They have to blow up an enemy tank, okay? It's like this super powerful tank, all right? And he equips them with a bunch of fucking horse-drawn carriages, and they have to blow the thing up with slingshots. And then, of course, the mission goes horribly, and then the commander's like, what the fuck, man? This is your fault for it going horribly. Like, no. You gave him shitty equipment to take on this massive threat that had to be taken out. Oh, and they ended up taking it out anyways, even if it was at a massive cost, because you guys chose to use these retarded fucking bombers rather than the Y-wings that we know still exist in this timeline. So
they're in the third movie, in fact. They brought them back.
Yeah.
I guess they weren't in their base at the time, of the base they were escaping from. It's like, oh yeah, we put that at our other base, on the other side of the galaxy.
Our other very last base.
No matter how far back you want to take this, I mean, the issue is that they're using these bombers instead of Y-wings. Like, why would you want to use these bombers instead of Y-wings?
So the point that I think Nerrel's trying to make here is that there's the conflict between destruction and preservation. And it's like, well, you know what? If Poe didn't actually succeed in his destruction, there would be nothing to preserve. The call was actually magically the right call. Again, we don't know why or how. It just happened that way. that Poe was doing the right thing. And we all saw that gun just about to fire and blow away everyone. But because that one suicide Hail Mary bomber was able to not get shot out of the sky for 1 minute and 20 seconds, whatever it was. It's like, oh, big sitting duck there. It's like, no one can hit it? No one?
I guess that they're mad that they didn't just fall back so that they can then enter hyperspace. But again, they've got the hyperspace tracker. So, ultimately, if Poe had followed Leia's orders, then they would have been blown out as soon as the first time the First Order tracked them from hyperspace.
Yeah, and it's somehow that the fuel that is burning your engines is the same fuel you use to initiate hyperspace. So I don't know exactly. Like, there's no science fiction explaining what fuel does nowadays. It's just we have fuel, and if you run out, you can't go to light speed anymore. It's like, well, how far can we go to light speed? Can we just go to some place really, really great that's within range? Like, what's our range? How long will it take to get there? Don't you think that's better than just standing around? Like, there's all these questions that pop up about the nature of fuel and what they're trying to do and why Poe had to, like, fly back to the ship and then they would leave light because the X-wings do have hyperdrive. Like all these questions. It's like, this is bad. This is not a military strategy worth, or the person in charge, which was Leia, doesn't really know what she's doing here. She's just saying, we got to run away. It's like, no, well, why didn't you run away right as soon as you could? Oh, we had to get the transports. Okay. Don't they have hyperspace or hyperspace engines? I guess not. Okay. So why did you have to wait? Why did you have to attack? Like maybe a distraction would have made sense. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe Poe was just like going to throw some random empty ships at the First Order to distract them. That would have been fine. But they put people in them, which got torn up. Like it was like flying into a wall that's full of spikes near a balloon. It's like, oh, what's going to happen? I don't know. Like it's silly.
It almost seems like the Resistance needs a better leadership.
I just wanted to quickly point out. So I'm looking up the Wikipedia page for the First Order Star Destroyer, and something interesting here is that there's a line from Akbar. I don't know if it was in a comic or in the movie itself because I can't remember if this was in the movie. But according to Wikipedia, Akbar once described it as more firepower than a dozen Star Destroyers, designed for large-scale planetary assault. So yes, that thing is very important to taking out because its cannons most likely could go through the Radis's shields.
Yep, that's right.
I just always go back to why were they taking out the turrets if they did not have the intent of destroying it? Like Leia like pulls them back. It's like, why did you attack it in the first place if you were not going to carry out your attack?
It's like, good going, Poe. You did that amazing, crazy killer maneuver.
Now
get back here.
You're risking your life for that. It's like, now that was all for nothing. Never mind. Let's just go back. And then they would have died because they would have still had the dreadnought and the cannons.
Leia steps in playing the angry commissioner character. Pull your badge. You don't follow the rules. You're a loose cannon, Poe. I'm gonna pull your badge if you do that one more time.
Like,
I have yet. Go ahead.
Does not Leia follow the rules and the plans of her subordinates, saying, "Hey, Poe, what's your plan here? You're gonna attack the dreadnought? Okay, see you later, man. Hey, you just blew away all the turbo lasers on that dreadnought. Come on back." It's like, wait, no, we had a plan. Didn't you agree to that? It's like, no. I changed my mind. Like, what? We can't do that. It's kind of a strange thing that there are plans that are in military. And it's like, okay, we have to adapt to the scenario. And retreating is not a bad idea in various scenarios, but when you are known to going to be able to survive, then you retreat. If you can't survive and retreat, you have to do something.
Well, the thing is that taking out the turbo lasers, those things are designed for taking out fighters, whereas I believe that the dreadnought still had its autocannons, the orbital autocannons, which is that was what they used to bombard the Resistance base once it was evacuated. And so, with that still being in play, or those being still in play, it's still very important to take out the dreadnought and follow through with the mission.
Right. And the funny thing about what you just mentioned, I did this in one of my previous videos. If they really wanted to stop the dreadnought with those autocannons, why didn't they just target the autocannons? With whatever, with the bombers, X-wings, whatever. And
well, the autocannons are actually located on the underside of the dreadnought, and that wouldn't quite work with the bombers because the bombers drop bombs that have to fall, and so the bombers would essentially have to be like upside down underneath the dreadnought.
That'd be fine.
Which is, well, are we sure that'd be fine? Like, are we sure that the
it's artificial gravity, so who cares which direction you're facing, really?
Oh, that is true. That is true.
Now, the stupid thing with the lore and the secondary source is that they're guided by magnets, which we talked about before, how it's impossible to have an electromagnet so powerful that you're thousands of kilometers away or whatever the distance is, and you're being pulled towards a piece of metal. It's just like, this is ridiculous. Who came up with this idea? You don't know basic magnetism or electromagnetism. It's just ridiculous concepts trying to massage a stupid device that Rian Johnson never bothered to explain in any detail. So there's all sorts of different things that would have made more sense. I mean, there were no guns on the bottom of the ship as far as I was aware of, aside from the autocannons. So all you needed was a few X-wings to shoot those things. They wasn't heavily armored, like the whole hull of the ship. It was sticking out of the hull. So what was the big problem? Don't know. But very flashy, very exciting first 10 minutes. Very suspenseful. See, if you don't think about it, it looks great. It sounds great. Fantastic. Eat the popcorn. Go to the next scene.
Switch your brain off. It
Exactly.
works. A little bit.
Flashing lights, explosions. It's like, yeah, it's very exciting. But the second you think about it, like literally, it all falls apart. And it's like people don't want to think about it, and people want people to stop thinking about it so they can enjoy their movie.
Yeah, but in this
There's
case,
plenty of explosions to keep you occupied if you switch your brain off.
yes, but the theme of destruction is it's the lesson that it's going to hurt Poe. So he becomes a character and he has an arc. It's like, okay, yeah, right, sure, okay.
To save the Resistance. Poe believes it's a victory because they blew up the thing.
It is a victory. He saved everyone.
Yep.
That's
It
what
is a victory because
is.
they blew up the thing.
But Leia regards it as a failure because of the people they lost.
And Leia's an idiot.
Yeah. Casualties of war.
Sorry.
She's a living idiot, but she's still an idiot.
You
Well,
lose
she's not
people in
living
wartime.
idiot anymore.
She wouldn't be able to be an idiot if this didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah, this I like The Last Jedi is known for assassinating Luke's character, but it does not get enough hate for what it did to Leia. Like, there is nothing that we have seen of Leia in Empire Strikes Back, A New Hope, or Return of the Jedi that would imply that she is this incompetent of a military leader. She is an absolute moron in this movie.
And that's just Leia, not to mention all the other main characters that seem to either not listen to common sense or just go with orders that it's like, oh yeah, we got to go to this place now to get the thing, to get a guy so he can then come with us on this crazy suicide mission to possibly find a device that we have to hack into, which he can disable for 10 minutes. So then we can somehow get off the ship in that amount of time and then escape onto our other ship. And then they can escape in hyperspace. It's like, what is going on with this if series of events? It makes a very long line of logic seem impossible the more conditions you apply to it. And it's just silly. It's just a silly strategy that should never have been considered. But again, got a nice scene of rescuing some racehorse doggies.
Well, the infuriating thing here, and this is like I think the big impasse between the defenders of this movie and the critics, is the fact that the movie tries to frame it as Leia actually being in the right, and the defenders are buying into that. Like, that's the whole point of Poe's arc here, right? Is Poe has these female commanding officers that he's not listening to because, well, you see, he's this man with toxic masculinity. But the problem is, yeah, when you look at what is actually in the film, Leia is in the wrong. Like, she's being written to be incompetent, but Rian Johnson doesn't realize that Leia is the incompetent one here, that she's the one in the wrong.
Which is awkward because we see the scene where it zooms in on her face when the autocannon is about to fire. So that assumes to me that she has a feeling in the Force saying, uh-oh, danger, right? And it doesn't happen. So she should have known that what Poe is doing, the strategy, was necessary for her. If she is actually, if we are told in the third movie that we are told she's trained in the Force, then she would have that sense of precognition, that feeling that, you know, something's about to happen. And it implied to me that that was about to happen, and she was aware of that. So for her to then slap Poe, which is really, this is what you don't do in a military hierarchy. You don't slap your subordinates for saving everyone's life. You sort of argue with them saying, well, I'm glad you saved everyone's life, but at the cost of X, Y, Z. Then Poe would say, like, well, we had to do that, ma'am, because you would have died, etc. And they would have had some sort of argument to be like, okay, yeah, maybe we should try this next time, blah, blah, blah. You learn something, everyone learns, everyone lives to fight another day. That's the point of running away, at least in the way that they ran away. So lots of other strategies that could have been tried. Someone in the comments mentioned that the flying fortresses do indeed have hyperspace devices on them. And considering how big the dreadnought was and how big the flying fortresses were and how slow they were moving, I could probably do the vector math in my head of which angle and which magnitude and which quaternion value I should set to target this thing at hyperspace, to ram into that thing and annihilate it. Because apparently the Holdo maneuver is 1 in a million or some ridiculous. It's like, sure, yeah, it's so impossible to do calculus. A computer cannot possibly figure out differential calculus suddenly. It's like, oh my god.
Speaking of Poe getting in trouble for starting a mutiny and everything, and then Holdo and Leia just kind of waving it off as, "Oh, that's pretty cute. That's a cute little mutiny you caused. I like him," that sort of thing. So just talking down and discrediting him as a human being. But in the third movie, Finn and Poe are now generals. So I guess all the stuff that happened in the Last Jedi didn't really affect their status any. They got demoted to general.
Well, there's like 12 people left, so I guess it's like, okay.
Apparently, there's lots of people left. I guess because they have a whole fleet of people now.
Okay.
Including Akbar's son, I guess.
Oh,
they don't outright say it's his son, but it's another of his species, and some secondary, tertiary sources say it's his son. They don't outright say it in the movie. They don't outright say or explain anything in the movie, really. Things just kind of happen in the movie. But it is Akbar's son. They're trying to appease, trying to do the mea culpas as to when they destroyed Akbar. It doesn't really work that well, though. He doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, a little bit too much fan service there, JJ.
It wouldn't be that bad if he actually did something or explained it or anything like that. But the whole thing about the third movie is that there's so many things that are just in there to be in there, and they don't really have a reason to be there, or they don't do anything. They're just kind of there. And unfortunately, it's not even just the background stuff. It's essential elements of the movie that things are just kind of there. Things just kind of happen. Don't ask questions. Just enjoy and consume product.
Oh, I just got a super chat from Mr. Todd Howard. Check out the Cosmonaut Variety Hour sometime for a recent gold mine for response content. Well, thank you, Todd. I think I've watched one of those videos back in the day, but I'll write that down and give it a gander.
Yeah.
He made a new one on the Disney Star Wars movies, and yeah, it's not very well made.
Pretty terrible.
What's the
Luther's
title?
line is so funny. He talked about themes, and I was really happy. He explained the idea of like themes not being developed well. I'm like, thank you. He's like, there's a lot of themes, they're interesting, but they're not developed. And I'm like, that's my thought exactly, man. It's fine if there's themes in there and if they're interesting, but man, if they fail in execution, then it's like, what's the point?
Just develop them well is what we want. That's all.
And in this regard to the scene of Leia, it's kind of a backwards message. Like, Poe sees this, Leia sees this. Leia's in the wrong. If Poe is in the wrong, then that would be fine. Then we'd be like, oh, Poe has to learn something. It makes sense he gets demoted. It makes sense he gets an arc, etc. But Leia's in the wrong, as anyone who was paying attention to the movie could say, oh, yeah, she made the wrong call.
Okay, wait. That's actually an interesting... So I think I touched upon that in the first part of this response. And I think that would be interesting to... I don't know if we want to do this now, but if we could quickly explore how could we fix the scene to actually make Poe in the wrong to justify how he's treated in the rest of the film.
Simple. You make it so that he actually did turn off the comms of the bombers. That would be the perfect snake-like thing for him to do, which is it was justified because he wanted them to attack the dreadnought, but you had it so that he severed the communication that he had with Leia.
Yeah, it was never clear what that switch did, whether it was just his console or was everyone's console.
Exactly. They frame it almost like it's a blanket, like there's nothing that she could do. But if there genuinely was nothing that she could do, and Poe took matters into his own hands, he would be in the wrong, even though he was doing it to save their lives.
So have a throwaway line from Akbar or something where it's like he's turned off everyone's comms, right after he. Okay, then there you go. Then that fixes everything. But the problem is that everyone basically we don't have that confirmed. All that we see is that everyone continues the attack with him.
Well, it doesn't fix everything. That just makes it so that Leia is powerless. And that
what needs to happen is that
patch, but that's what I got.
What kind of needs to happen is Poe's actions should have cost the resistance more than they should have. So he should have messed up. They should have needed to come to his rescue, and the valiant rescue attempt ended with the the loss of several pilots and personnel and equipment just to rescue Poe. And then that's, his actions lead to the consequences of them losing more valuable equipment, more time, and allowing the First Order to gain an upper hand. That would have been a big learning lesson for Poe, and it would be him being in the wrong, and it would justify why he's being treated like he's treated during the rest of the movie.
Okay, I've got my own. So instead of a dreadnought with these powerful cannons that could absolutely go through the shields, it's just a Star Destroyer. Okay, it's just a standard Star Destroyer. They're trying to buy the other Resistance members that are evacuating from the base time to escape. They continue attacking even after the last Resistance shuttle has arrived onto the Raddus, and literally everyone but Poe gets slaughtered in the battle.
I'm trying to think about that. Yeah,
it's like a massive loss, but it doesn't cost the Resistance too much because the dreadnought isn't there to then go like, okay, well, they're fucked then because the dreadnought's going to blow them up. So take out the dreadnought from the equation, just make it some Star Destroyer or whatever, and have it basically be like a really senseless loss of Resistance lives on a pretty massive scale.
Maybe I'm thinking through that. I'm like, it depend on like what was Poe's mindset. Like you need to figure out like what he was trying to do inside of that. But I imagine that could probably work. Yeah, the key trouble is the dreadnought and the whole idea that like essentially Poe saved everyone's lives, because if he didn't, then they would have killed him in the chase, and if he hadn't done it then they would have been killed anyway. So that's the key issue. I think getting rid of the dreadnought would be step one, but just the basic framing of the opening, man, there is so much wrong with even just the opening scene to set everything in motion in that film.
Yeah, but this is the point of addressing a theme to show that Poe could be seen as wrong, and it's the lesson of, or the overall message of the movie resonates with this scene and the next scene and the next scene, so that Leia's in the right. And it's like it's really hard to do that because you have to cut out stuff, you have to change Leia's dialogue. You have to, like, the bombers come out of nowhere. They're literally like, after Poe is like doing all his maneuvers, all of a sudden bombers halfway from the Raddus to the dreadnought. You're like, where did no one detect these things? Like they just they're there now, so they can't turn around, and if they do, they get destroyed anyway. So there's so many things wrong with that scene. You have to rewrite the whole damn thing to show a victory, like a Pyrrhic victory. For Poe to come out damaged, but thinking he won the day, but he only half won it maybe. So there's two ways to look at it. That could work, because then you can say, all right, Poe did this thing, and I sort of agree with him, but you know what, Leia said not to, and I sort of agree with her as well. So that there's sort of a blame could be laid on both sides, but it has to be really detailed where the blame is both placed. And that takes a heck of a lot more intelligent dialogue and a heck of a lot better pacing. So you can't just say, oh, Poe did all these heroic things, he's amazing, but he got everyone killed. Like, it's like
that would be better.
Yeah, it's tough. You really have to rewrite the whole scene. So it's not an issue of patchwork. It's literally of amputation.
Yes.
and putting in like a bionic arm or something. Like, okay, now you're stronger and better. You're no longer human. This is the only way this can work.
Can I catch a break?
Cop, like you need to just
refocus.
The basic things are in there. The rest has to be replaced.
Yeah, it's all cancerous. Just remove the whole goddamn limb, and now you're like partially RoboCop. All right, now we can work with this.
I think it's kind of like the Last Jedi in its entirety, comparative to all the other films. Just cut it out. It's all cancer.
Well, I think like you could again with my idea of like let's script doctor the sequel trilogy, but we have to use basically the same characters and I guess plot threads, sort of like what could we do to actually make this better? And it would have to require massive rewriting of certain scenes. I'm not saying that you could just do one simple fix, but you could make something like this work. You just have to write it a lot better than it was.
Yeah, so like the simplest thing is tactics. So it's like, okay, if the bombers were competent in actual Y-wings and Poe is like go, 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 and they were like flying really fast and like really like just sacrificing themselves because Poe said so, then I'd be like, Poe, you're crazy, man. You got all those people killed for. You could have had 5 different other tactics out there, and they didn't have to die, and we could have still won. And he was like, no, we really had to do it. Like that would have been him being overzealous, like Achilles or someone in ancient Greece. It's like, okay, I'm going to charge the enemy. Everyone follow me, and they're like, yeah, and everyone behind you just gets annihilated.
Yeah.
Like that would make sense. That would be like, all right, Poe, you're way too aggressive. You could have done different techniques. You gotta. No one is as good as you in an X-wing. You gotta pay attention. Like that.
They had Poe characterized as this kind of like romanticized sort of hero. Like he believes in the story idealesque hero who leads the charge of good guys into the bad guys. He seems like that sort of guy, the hero, the guy who he thinks Han Solo. Like if he heard of stories of Han Solo, is this what he believes Han Solo was? This hero who charges in and just makes things up on the fly, shoots a bunch of people up, and leaves, like the classic action hero. That's what he thinks it is. Now, if he would have, they played on that in the first movie. Now, if they would have expanded on it in The Last Jedi, yeah, that would have been pretty good. We get to see him take a character change. His ideals, the things the vision of heroes that he had grown up with or came into the resistance with have now been challenged and changed because real life doesn't work like that. He learns that when he does all of his weird, crazy tactics, and then he was, him being in the wrong, him getting a lot of people killed, etc., what have you. And then we get to see him change, cope with all the guilt of all those people that he led to their deaths because of his stupid, romanticized vision of what a hero should be. That would have been interesting because that would have been a character moment, some character development. Instead, we get really nothing.
I'm getting so sad listening to all of these different ways that The Last Jedi could have actually been amazing, and that Poe could have actually been a really interesting character.
Yeah, I mean, I do this almost every week with one of my other co-hosts, but we talk about Mass Effect. It's like, oh, if only they did like 20 other things, except like, did they have to have a 4th Deus Ex Machina? I don't think so. I think the first 2 are bad enough. Stuff like that we always go over, and it's just like every random thought is better than what we were given. So, another super chat from Todd Howard. Thank you, sir. Hunter x Hunter. I think I've seen a bunch of clips on YouTube of that anime. It's basically just fight scenes, so I don't know what the hell is going on. It's just really flashy, super powered anime characters bouncing around an arena. So better than Dragon Ball, I'll give it that, but I have no idea what is going on with those scenarios. If someone can tell me, I'd appreciate that, but my critical eye is reserved for things I could actually wrap my brain around. So that's why I generally shy away from superhero stories or superheroes that don't have superpowers, like Batwoman, just because I find it hilarious. And like Marvel movies, I don't really touch just because it's like, it's comic books. Like, what are you gonna do? One guy could fly, one guy could shoot lasers out of his eyes. Like, stuff happens. So, not really my thing. As much as I love the comics, like from the 70s and 80s. So, anyway, we got to get back to the video, guys. We could have fun all the time with like, this scene's horrible. Let's think of anything else that will make it better.
And over the course of the film, it's clear that Leia is right.
No, over the course.
No, it's not. We've gone over why just now.
So hilarious. We pause right before then. We go on this massive diatribe about all that and explain everything, and then Leia's right. It's like, nope, no, she's not.
You just heard why she's not right, so that's really good.
Yeah.
The Resistance doesn't even have a fleet for that ship to be a threat to by the end.
It had a giant thing called the Radis that was about to be destroyed.
It had a medical frigate that was later destroyed because it ran out of fuel, and for some reason...
I know, it slowed down.
it not just slowed down, it like fell backwards.
That's not how space works, or momentum. So
that's not how space works.
Those people and resources were far more valuable than this empty victory.
Empty victory, as in, if it wasn't a victory, it would have been a defeat, and everyone would have died. So actually, yes, they were more or less valuable than destroying the dreadnought. So
It's the war. Yeah.
that's war. Yeah, it's disgusting, but that's war.
Leia depends on Poe to take over for her, but he only understands leadership from the perspective of an X-Wing pilot.
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. He wants to know the plan of what they're going to do with the Raddus. Not that he's actually flying in the cockpit of the Raddus, like he's going to treat it like an X-Wing. He's asking, what are we going to do now that Leia is not available?
That's again, the film frames that as if like Poe is like a fish out of water, like he doesn't understand any of this stuff, therefore he doesn't need to know the plan because he's just a pilot. And it's like, no, he just wants to know what everyone's going to do. He wants to save everyone's lives. He's like, he strategizes. It's like it's simple.
His whole the issue he takes later on is that it looks like you're running away. It looks like you're kind of the holdo is betraying the resistance. And that that's his whole thing. That's why he mutinies, because she wouldn't tell him what the plan was, which is kind of strange because he's apparently one of the major influential people in the resistance. So you think they should at least inform him, but they don't. They just let him go off and stomp and scream and get angrier and angrier that they're not telling him the essential parts of an essential plan that they are planning. And they just keep on going with it, and he just eventually ends in mutiny. And that's why people don't really like this. What's why we can take umbrage with it, and we can see why it's wrong, because all you had to do was talk to him. He's on your side. Now, if they had like something where there was a very effective spy on board, and that their communications might be, even if they are whispering in the same room with no outside contact, that anyone in the inner circle could be compromised, or could be working for the First Order. If they laid that on really thick and heavy, then we can see the need for secrecy. But they don't really have that. At least they don't drive it home, as far as I remember.
Why do you think so many people made that up? It's because it's the only thing that can possibly make it make sense. But there are literally no references in the film to a spy or a traitor. It's like
it's kind of they kind of assume it, or they say it's implied. But if it's that important, where it affects those characters that much, then it should have been very, very clear, not just something that's hovering in the background, if at all.
Yeah, that's been said even by not myself, but other critics who I can't remember the gentleman who made a video, the 12 fixes to The Last Jedi that would have made a heck of a lot more sense. And that was one of the number ones. That was like, if there was a spy on board, Holdo would have acted this way. That's why they had to go around all these things and allow Poe to go away, or allow Finn and Rose to go. Like all these other aspects would have made sense. So, little bits of dialogue, two sentences. It's like, oh, that's why she's a bitch. Oh, okay. Chain of command, Poe, sit your station, etc. Great. Understood. Need to know.
Like Luke with the Jedi, he's filled with misconceptions about what the role he's growing into is. So Rian Johnson takes away his X-Wing and forces him to learn the hard way.
Rian Johnson takes away his X-Wing. No more X-Wing for you, Luke. Not until you learn your manners.
That is a very good way of describing the entire film, by the way, and all of the decisions that are made. Is Rian Johnson decided Rian Johnson decided that. Like Rian Johnson decided the chase would be this way. He decided the X-Wing would be this. He decided that. You can see him just manipulating things. He's like, I need my characters to do this. I need them to behave exactly this way. So I'm going to put them in these exact situations that don't make any sense. And
except it's like, it's Chekhov's gun, but instead of a gun, it's a bunny rabbit. You're like, wait a second, that was a gun the last chapter. What the hell? Why is it a bunny? The bunny rabbit's running away. Now what? Where's our scene? Oh, it's something else now. Like that's the equivalent of what Rian Johnson has done. He turned everything into an ineffective or ineffectual objects or plot devices that do nothing.
That's why you have a legion of the Last Jedi defenders who say continuity doesn't matter, who say lore doesn't matter.
Lore,
it's just fiction, guys. It's just fiction. It's why it's called science fiction. That sort of thing.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And just tell it to Scheherazade from 1001 Arabian Nights. If she didn't have continuity, she'd be dead.
Yeah. the prince would be bored and be like, "What the hell, bitch? What the hell are you talking about? This is stupid."
Wait, I listened to your last story, and now anything can happen. I don't really have to listen to the first part for the next part to resolve itself. Off with your head. We're done.
She would be sweating. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh my god, what'd I do? I'll make it up. Go. Yeah.
He said, what would happen if she said, Sultan, continuity doesn't matter. It's fiction, okay? Okay. All right. Thank you for explaining that to me. Off with your head.
Yeah.
To him, leadership is all about bravado and heroics, but his
No, it's not. It's literally not. There's no indication that's what his definition of leadership is. Where is he? I'm not even sure where he's getting that.
It's more implication. That's how most of these people defend the Last Jedi. Just implication, headcanon, nothing concrete.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, where did you get this? Very strange.
choices end up necessitating that others heroically sacrifice themselves. And while their actions work, it's a leader's job to prevent things from coming to that.
Okay, so Holdo is brave and self-sacrificial, so that's good, right? Right, critic?
It's fine when Holdo does it.
Yeah. Oh, that's
when
right.
Holdo acts exactly like Poe does, that's fine.
Yeah.
But when Poe acts like Poe does, that's bad.
And when Finn's about to do what Poldo just did, it's bad.
Yeah, I'm sensing a theme here.
Subversion? I don't know.
One in the chat said Chekhov's rabbit.
Chekhov's rabbit.
Oh, jeez. So I did not, guys, that was a joke. I did not invent or borrow a literary term, okay?
Chekhov's rabbit. It's a term now.
It should be, yeah.
It's a Ryan Johnson. We pulled the Chekhov rabbit
Oh,
from Ryan
God.
Johnson's hat.
We pulled a Johnson rabbit. There we go.
There were heroes on that mission. Dead heroes.
He comes to realize
Yeah, dead
Line
heroes,
doesn't make
no
any sense, by the
leaders.
way.
That was the actual sentence. So she thinks there's no leaders, even though, yeah, where was Leia in all this? Wasn't she disagreeing with him? Who was in charge? Guess what Poe was? Everyone followed Poe. He was the leader. And because he led, everyone lived, or everyone who's still on the ship lived.
Yeah, Leia doesn't really have any position to say no leaders when she was on the Radis and he was actually out there on the front line, literally.
That's a pretty sad thing to say to someone. How dare you go out there and kill all those men on the front line and bring back victory for us? It's like,
No,
Leia,
bad Poe.
It's war. Hello.
There was a thing that I saw a long time ago. Let me pull it up real quick. All right, hold on. Copy image address. I'm going to post it in the chat. All right, which one's Leia and which one's Poe?
Let's see what you have, sir. Oh, good. We should put that in the actual chat.
Do it. Yeah. Chat. Look at this picture that Smutboy's posting here, and I want you to tell us which one describes Leia and which one describes Poe.
They're very similar. It feels as if I'm reading some sort of Egyptian hieroglyph here, but or Greco-Roman urn.
If I were to make a guess, Leia is the boss who's just commanding everyone to pull, and Poe leads by example. The second one.
Which again relates to what you were talking about with the character assassination Southpaw, because she led by example inside of the OT, man. She, like, inside of Empire Strikes Back especially, like, she was fighting alongside everybody. She was a great leader, and in this she's just like, she's sitting in a ship doing nothing and acting like she's above everyone. It's not Leia at all.
And don't tell us that it's because she's old, because Han Solo was even older than she was, and he was pretty fucking spry.
Well, that's another problem with this trilogy is Han Solo's character and his job and his.
Oh, totally.
It's just like, oh, it's Han, and he's Han. There's nothing new. It's exactly the same. It's like, oh, might want to fix that.
that protecting the Resistance is a far greater responsibility than blowing things up.
He was protecting the Resistance by blowing things up.
They're being chased down by a gigantic fleet. Blowing things up on the enemy side will do only but help. Nothing but help. Especially if they're really good targets like turrets and stuff.
This is such a strange argument. Did you not watch the movie, sir? Maybe
It always comes down to that. Did you not watch the movie? What movie were you watching?
Much better one than this one.
Yeah, apparently.
Really.
The headcanon version. Like
And
this
it's-
goes through a filter through the eyes. You watch the movie on the screen, goes through the eyes, goes through the filter, and it's much better. The version of the movie they're actually seeing, much better. Now it's gone to the headcanon filter. So where we're seeing horrible choreography in a throne room, to them they're seeing the best scene ever created in Star Wars. Very sexy, very, very powerful scene. Filled with all kinds of themes that don't really go together, just kind of throw it in there like a bunch of darts on a board.
That's a good way of putting it, dart bar.
Yeah.
What theme is it this scene? Well, it's death versus life. Okay, go with that.
Today's death versus life. Tomorrow, we'll find out what it is. What does Brian Johnson really mean tomorrow?
And completes his arc by recognizing that the cannon attack is a futile gesture.
That's not an arc, sir. That's just real. That's just him going, "Oh, we're all going to die. Let's not die."
Learning things and discovering things is not an arc. It's a character change that makes an arc.
Yeah, the only
Not
thing
learning
that
new information.
the only thing that resembles, even closely resembles an arc is Finn's. And
I'd argue the fact that he decides to turn around and call off the attack because he realizes that they're all about to die was a regression because of the fact that, again, had the Death Star trench run been commanded similarly, then they would have fallen back because they lost too many X-Wings and Y-Wings during that attack, which would have then resulted in everyone getting doomed.
It's same situation too. The looming doom of the Death Star and the looming doom of the First Order fleet. It's the same exact situation, or very similar. I'll say it's very similar. The doom is hanging overhead. The Sword of Damocles will drop 82nd now. And they decided to, okay, we're going to go all out on the Death Star run. And I don't care how many people die. If we succeed, we have a chance. Same thing should have happened in The Last Jedi. They didn't because they're taking too many losses.
Yeah.
The point is stated with absolutely no subtlety when Rose saves Finn
Oh,
from
no.
sacrificing himself.
No, don't defend this, please. No.
Show the explosion.
But the film has earned that corny line by hammering this point in.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. You fuck. No.
This movie earns nothing. The movie doesn't earn one single thing.
that line comes out of left field, and we're sitting
Out
there
of
going,
nowhere.
"What are you talking?" And then while she says it, seconds later, the death laser blows away the door.
They cut that part out, just like how he
Literally the
comically
next shot.
in the background while she's kissing him. It's so backwards that I'm like, I struggle to comprehend how that happened. Like how the people filming that are like, yeah, this is a good scene. This seems about right. It's like, who thought like this is gonna work out? This is a really good idea.
I thought she banged her head and she was delirious and she thought she was dreaming. She was so out of it, like, oh, it's Finn. I love Finn. We have to save the people we love.
That's what I was doing. I was doing that. You stopped me from doing that. What are you doing?
I don't know how so many people like have missed what I saw from the first time I saw this in the theater.
It is probably the worst part of the movie. Probably.
It is.
It's
And again, you're showing Paige Tico on screen. You're defending that line. And you're like, was she fighting what she hated, or was she saving what she loved when she destroyed the dreadnought?
She rammed into the person she loved. That's what she did. She rammed into the person she loved.
Maybe she loved bombs or bombing things, and she's like, wow, I can't wait to bomb something. I'm going to watch this till the end.
Maybe she didn't know how to drive that thing, and she's just a really bad driver, and then she tried to make up for it. She was really embarrassed. And
I love driving.
She is Asian after all, and a woman.
Oh no!
What did you say, sir?
Misogynist confirmed. Therefore, the Last Jedi
To be a bad driver. That one's on Ryan.
Yeah, that's on Ryan.
I don't make the tropes. I just point them out.
She just got embarrassed.
Are you saying that Asians were Nazis?
Well, like, during World War II, yeah, they kind of were.
Not all Asians.
Blowing up that cannon would have just delayed the inevitable.
No. It wouldn't have delayed.
Delayed? That was their main cannon.
if by delayed the inevitable you mean like they'd been dead instantly, then yes.
Also, wasn't that what they're trying to do? They're trying to delay. That's what they sent the stupid assault force out there in the first place to do.
Yes, the idea is to buy themselves enough time for the people in the outer regions to come help them.
So delaying is good. We need to delay these guys. So it wasn't a loss here, Mr. Critic, Mr. Video Creator.
Because they don't have any chance in the situation that they have right now. They're not going to be able to overpower the First Order. They're basically just buying time until reinforcements arrive.
And
that's the whole point of this.
And they don't know that the reinforcements are not going to arrive.
It's just like the whole thing is it's a space chase in space. Okay, you're just running away constantly. It doesn't matter if there's bombers in the way or X-wings or whatever. It's just, that's the point.
Edax in the chat point out Luke died delaying. Yeah, I need to also point out that Luke had to sacrifice himself because Rose prevented Finn from sacrificing himself to delay the First Order.
It's
way to go, Rose.
It's
fantastic.
Rose is the reason why Luke is dead, guys.
Yeah, if Luke had not shown up, everyone would have died. Literally.
And for doing that, she gets a promotion. She gets a promotion for this.
Well, I mean,
the entire resistance. If it weren't for Luke, then we would probably all be dead. Thanks, Rose. Here's your promotion.
Well, look at Haldo. She's proof that in order to make your way up through the ranks of the resistance, you have to commit to actions that will get more people killed.
There's like a whole resistance filled with Janeways.
Janeways?
Yeah, Captain Janeway from the Voyager. She tends to do that a lot.
Oh, I haven't watched Star Trek, so that reference was lost on me.
Oh,
my bad.
It means many things depending on your opinion of Janeway and whether you paid attention to all the episodes. She is either the worst captain or she just doesn't care for life. It's one of those two.
It's either one of those. It's a spectrum of those two extremes. You're just a sociopath. She's just a terrible captain.
Their only goal was getting out alive, which Finn does thanks to Rose.
What?
Huh?
Which Finn does
What about the rest of the speeders that got shot down? This is why I keep going back to their plan, because their plan makes no sense. Like, what?
Rose's plan makes no sense.
Did they not expect to get shot down like flies? Because they had these tiny speeders with these tiny little guns going against these guerrilla walkers. Like,
they were all expecting to die.
Slim to none.
They were all expecting. They knew this was a suicide run the moment they began it. They were trying to delay the forces from trying to destroy the base. That's what the whole reason of doing that assault was, at least the stated reason.
The idea was to delay them.
This is nothing more than a duplication of the previous intro, where we have this one ship that nothing can shoot down, even though it's getting closer and closer and closer. It just becomes a harder target to hit. And then for whatever magical reason, Rose has somehow supercharged her skid that can apparently not only go ahead of Finn, but accelerate faster and collide with Finn and not disintegrate them both.
And none of the guerrilla walkers were shooting. Yeah,
it's just this combination of the perfect storm. You're going, no, there's like 20 other factors that should be operating in the background. Nothing's happening. And then of course, after all that, he has to drag this body 2 kilometers away. It's just this
miles back. It's insane how far she would be dragging her. It's like, oh no.
It's just bad on top of bad on top of bad.
I mean, it would have been really funny. We got to see Finn dragging Rose.
What I've always said is I'm amazed that one of the people in the guerrilla walkers did not just decide to just shoot them just for fun. Just like, hey, they're over there. Just bammo. It's like, oh, I got him. It's like,
in the original trilogy, they said that they shot down all the escape pods. They said, go ahead and shoot down the escape pods unless there's no life in them, apparently. So that's what their job was. So it wouldn't make complete sense for them to just, hey, look, there's 2 survivors. Go ahead and shoot them.
Why not?
Why
Why let them go?
They're literally making a trail as he's dragging her through the red sand.
A red target trail. So
It's a big long line to the thing you're all looking at. The giant door you just blew away. It's like, okay.
what happened? What happened to commands in the cockpit or whatever? No. Those are main characters.
Kylo's like, yeah, no, let him go. We don't care.
Those are main characters. We can't shoot them.
Good or not, she was right. Finn's
How was she right? It's a rhetorical question.
Just because you say she's right, just because you say Leia and Rose are right, does not make them right, dude. You need to prove this stuff.
But that's his only justification because he says so. There's no other supporting evidence to prove that they're right, other than that he just says they're right.
I want to know what she's right at, though. Like, what is the argument that makes Rose right? Is it the fact that she somehow magically saved his life? Is it because we have to save the people we love? Is it that destruction is bad and preservation is better? Like, what is the argument here that makes Rose right and her sister wrong and Poe wrong, and I guess Rey, because Rey's killing people, so it's like everyone who kills people is wrong.
arc shows the importance of heroes and legends.
The importance of heroes by not making them heroic? Really?
The importance of heroes. If he had an arc, I guess that's what it would have been, but he didn't have one.
No.
So that it didn't tell us anything.
You could argue that he made his choice already, but it was stolen. The result of that choice was stolen from him. So
Yeah.
Because of a bad driver.
if you look at climaxes and character arcs, that's when the personality comes to the surface. That should come to the surface, but it's ineffective. So it's like, oh, I'm going to be the hero now, and oops, oh, okay, I'm here now. What am I going to do? Like it just steals. If that was the arc, if that was the climax, it steals it away from the character. So no actual growth, if we could argue growth at all, occurred. That's called very bad writing.
Well,
Because-
the growth occurred. It's just that it didn't really result in anything, so it was just pointless.
Yeah, you want a climax to be plot effective, character revelational, and situational to the other characters around you. And all it involves is just Rose now becoming a secondary hero for a scenario that didn't need it. It's a very backwards way of trying to relate a theme to the audience. It's like, wait, what? Like, take any Deus Ex Machina, have him slam in front of this laser, and like, hey guys, the real message of this story is love, and it goes away. And you're like, oh, thanks.
Stop your soldiers from attacking the enemy. That's what seems to be the actual message here.
That sounds like a Justin Trudeau ism.
Yeah, if you kill your enemies, they win.
Unless your troops will get killed, is certain to be killed, and won't be able to reach or hurt the enemy in any way, then you can send your troops. But if there's any chance your troops can actually harm the enemy in any way, then that's bad.
People are mentioning in the chat, Rose is a first order spy. It's like, that makes a little bit of sense. Let's take Finn with the only plan and go far, far away.
Yeah.
To Canto Bight, which did nothing to help them.
Let's stick around and save the space dog horses.
How was Rose never killed? Well, she was a spy. They need her.
her being the spy that we talked about. She could have been the spy we're talking about as to why Holdo is not sharing information.
Which is why she's so overzealous about defectors to have the perfect, have the exact opposite personality if you were a spy.
Doth protest too much, that sort of thing. And that's why she's just that was her job, is being the cattle prod, like the Soviet Union officer who shoots the guys who run away. That's why she's in that job, because
she's got the
lowly there.
What is it? Not the Wealth of Nations or whatever it is. In her back pocket, she's always quoting it like overzealously. Like, okay, this is a bit too. You're doing a bit too good of a job there, Rose. Tone it down. That's probably why the First Order got rid of her, because she's like, okay, this girl is just not useful, but we could make her.
She's obviously going to fail. She's obviously going to fail, but we need to get rid of her. I don't know. Just make her a spy on the Resistance. There's no way she'll last very long. They'll catch her and kill her in no time. And then they kind of, I guess they overestimated the competency of the leadership of the resistance, and she made a pretty good run of it.
All right, we're now trying to repair the movie again, so we should stop and keep going.
Yeah.
We know from The Force Awakens that he's not a hero, but a guy who did the right thing at the right time against...
That makes him a hero. The guy who did the right thing at the right time. Gee, what does that sound like, guys?
Against all of his will, against his better judgment, because Finn was trying to run away. He was trying to run away. He was trying to get out of there. Trying to just get off of that, leave that old life behind. But he decided to turn against that course of action to help his friends and jump into certain danger, maybe even certain death, to help out those that he's become close with.
In fact, this sounds very much like the message that Rose is saying, you know, saving the ones you love. He decided not to choose violence, and he decided to defect from the evil empire. It's like, huh.
Sounds pretty villainous to me.
Thanks, Rose Tico.
Yep.
Every fiber of
Finn does sound like a hero.
Yeah, no, he does. He sounds like a guy who's scared, doesn't want to hurt people, and risks everything to get out of there.
And then when he has the opportunity to run away, he doesn't. He turns away from running away to go help people, not to go kill people, but to go help people, to go help so the good guys can win. That's why he goes back, to help out Rey, to help out the people he has grown close to over the course of the journey. That's a hero.
His being telling him otherwise. All he wanted to do was disappear. He was never joining the Resistance and only stuck around in the last film to rescue Rey.
Yeah, and then he formed friendships and tried to save them.
Like how he calls him, he describes him as a hero. He just isn't willing to give him the title of a hero because that destroys his argument.
It's such a strange thing to say. Yeah, he's scared, and yeah, he cares for Rey, and he wants to leave, and then he decides not to in The Force Awakens. This has already happened. He doesn't have to do it again to reinforce that what we already know.
I'm just here to get Rey.
Regardless, he becomes a hero over...
I hate how they take like a scene from the middle of the movie and just disregard the other half. It's so... He did the same thing with Luke. Like at the episode 4. It's like, yeah, you know, there's 2 other movies after this where Luke's character grows and changes.
Mm-hmm. Luke is frustrated here. Therefore, he's always been this.
He's always frustrated, even 30 years later. Yeah. Yep, that's it.
He's always frustrated.
Night. Rose's character demonstrates the important effect his actions have had.
When we heard about it, my sister Paige said, Rose, that's a real hero.
She's deflated when finding out that he's actually a deserter. But over the course of the story, Finn is pressured to live up to the myth. DJ tests his commitment to playing hero with a muddied view of right and wrong that may appeal to his desire to flee.
It's all a machine, partner.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think this was just another idea that Rian Johnson threw in there, and you're like, how does this all fit? How does the war economy of war manufacturers fit into the world of Star Wars? It adds some world building. I'll give him that. It makes things a little more interesting, but
that never ties into anything.
It doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't influence anyone.
It's just kind of there and takes up a lot of the movie and does nothing.
The whole Canto Bight scene is completely irrelevant, and
it just gives Finn and Tico something to do.
I guess. It's just like Saturday afternoon with Rose and Finn. It's like, oh, great. Wasn't there a war going on? Oh, yeah, right. Let's go back to that. Finn does not come back and say, hey, guys, it's all a machine, man. Let's just throw our weapons down, okay? It's like, no, it doesn't happen.
That scene of the Canto Bight segment is so useless, and the only thing it does is make the movie worse, because not only does it waste Del Toro, it also apparently, that is the scene that finishes off and kills Captain Phasma completely and for good, because she's not in the 3rd movie.
It's such a silly argument to say that, oh, this is harking back to when he could have run away. It's like everyone's running away. The whole thing is a slow motion car chase in space. Whether he's running away or running back, he's still running away.
Live free,
Don't join.
But he overcomes his uncertainty and recognizes that this is where he...
When did he show any sign of being uncertain? When was it like he was like taking DJ's advice, he wanted to be on his side? Like he never felt that way. Ever.
But then he overcomes all this, right? And here he's fighting Phasma.
Yeah, it's like, hey, he's fighting. He's not conflicted. I'm like, when did he show signs? When did he make any choices that showed that he was conflicted by what DJ said? It's like he presents that because that's how the film is framing it. But that there's nothing in the film that shows that he's like that was a crucial part of his character.
Yeah,
you could cut that scene out; it wouldn't change the
he
film.
still goes on the suicide mission with, and DJ comes along with them. So it's like, is DJ like, oh, I guess I'm gonna go kill myself now? Like, what? Wait, you just said all this stuff. Wouldn't it be more of DJ's arc that he decided to? Oh, I guess I'm fighting for the good guys now. It's just a waste of time. If that's the message, it's like, oh, DJ, you just said don't join, but you're joining us.
The message of The Last Jedi: life is a waste of time.
Do whatever you want. It's ineffective, but hey, you tried, right?
Continuity doesn't matter. Lore doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing matters. Just who cares? That's the message of The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
He belongs. By the end, he is the hero Rose originally thought him to be, and Rose is inspired to grow from a meek technician into a hero herself. This is the value that a hero myth can have, even if
she's fighting for her life, sure, okay, I'll give him that.
it isn't really true. All of the mythology that Star Wars is based on is fiction. It exists across every culture because of our psychological need for it. Rian Johnson is saying that it's okay if the hero doesn't measure up to the myth, because it's not about that individual. It's about the larger idea that they provide the spark for.
This is a really hard thing to talk about. It's like, hey, you know what? Fiction is fictitious. It's based on myth, and myth doesn't really matter. It's like, okay, which one is it? Do we care about the psychological need of myth or not? Which one?
The myth doesn't need to like live up to reality. It's like I don't think anyone's saying that. We just want the characters to be consistent, and if I don't even know. This is the whole thing. There's so much flowery language here that I'm like, I don't know what his greater point is. You're like, I don't care exactly what Rian Johnson like intended with his writing. It's about the mechanics of the story, and it's like, sure, you can say all this about like myth and legend and how meeting our heroes can be disappointing, but it's like, I just care about how the story functions, and it does not. So,
and he's trying to treat this as a theme. Suddenly,
yes, very much
just
so.
like the myth versus reality, maybe. Like, okay, sure, but that's such a moot point. It's like, well, yeah, okay, Luke is not the hero of myth. We get it. Finn is not what Rose thought he was, and then he is, but then he's not because she stops him. It's just like Poe never had an arc, and Poe decides to run away with everyone when they were already running away, but they wanted to see what Luke would do. And then he went, oh, wait, we should stop watching Luke. Let's run away, guys. It's just like, okay, yeah, this is all nice, but it's not a theme. It's not myth versus reality.
If it were a theme, it would be very, very nihilistic theme. Like the one part of this, they have one part of it right, where okay, you want to have the theme of your heroes don't measure up to the reality, which is something we've all, they have that saying, never meet your heroes. But the other side of it is that the people seeing that these heroes are not living up to myth, not living up to their quote-unquote headcanon. And then the other side of that is the people seeing this, seeing the truth, seeing these heroes uncovered, unmasked. They understand that it's not the person that you want to live up to, it's the legend they created. And so the new characters would then take on the legacy and try to do their best to become the hero they thought the other heroes were. That's the other side that they don't ever really implement in any way.
And these
are
all
the first part.
Yeah, these are all secondary characters with some semblance of what a hero is, whereas you have Rey, who just heard of the Jedi a day ago. She doesn't know who Luke is. What the hell? What is he? What's a Jedi? I have no idea. And it's like, oh, it's that, but he doesn't think it's all that. Okay, well, I need you to train me. Blah blah blah. Like that's it. That we don't know. She doesn't care, and she runs away, or she goes back to go back to help Kylo because she saw it in a vision or something. There's no build-up. There's no like, oh, the Jedi, wow, ooh, ooh. She doesn't know what to expect. She has no expectation. She has no stories. It's just a strange thing to talk about themes and the idea of myth when it's barely brought up, like maybe once or twice. And I think we've jumped from destruction to preservation to now into hero and myth. He didn't break. He just sort of kept talking. Like, okay.
Luke is the biggest hero in the galaxy, to the point that people think everything would be solved if he just returned.
No, they don't know who he is. They think he's not even real, except for Leia. And it's just, again, we just heard about him a day ago. Or at least Rey has. It's, to the audience, we know it. But the characters, aside from Leia, they have no clue. Poe is like, Skywalker, what? Map to Skywalker. Okay, whatever. Leia wants to go get her brother. Great. Because Leia's in charge. He'll do it. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because of you, now we have a chance.
That droid has a map that leads straight to Luke Skywalker.
Luke Skywalker. Luke.
They believe in the myth version of Luke, the one that fans wanted.
No, the one that we know is Luke. That, he took on the Galactic Empire and won. Hey, maybe a guy would have a bit of insight in how to do it again. Maybe.
We don't need a myth. We need the guy who did it the last time.
They want a functioning, working man who knows what to solve the problem. They don't want some magical dragon to make pixies and fairies out of. We want to solve the problem of not dying. It's a hero.
The infallible hero who doesn't exist.
Yeah, he does exist. He does. We saw him do it. We saw him do all the things to stop the Empire.
This is what a lot of people like saying. They're like, Luke isn't like this. He isn't a super powerful. He isn't the altruistic. He isn't the hero that you think he is. It's like, yes, he is. He demonstrably is based on the OT. And it's like
we don't expect
I don't know why people say that. I don't know why people need to diminish Luke's character in order to like raise up this one, say this is a better version of him because like Luke never was a good hero. It's like he was.
Yeah, we don't need him to have like 30 battle plans all ready to go out the gate. We need something though. We need like, hey Luke, what do you think we should do? Run away. How? Fast as possible. What do you mean? Get all the ships you can, siphon all your fuel, blah, blah, blah. Like something. It doesn't matter what. A guy who is a hero thinks and then acts properly. He doesn't waste time. He sees the bigger picture and he'll sacrifice himself for that ideal. That's it. He doesn't have to go out there with a lightsaber and take on AT-ATs or whatever.
Yep.
No one's asking for some corny scenario where he takes on an army. We just want him to be a hero, to give people hope so that they can follow some ideal, because Leia is clearly ineffective.
It would just be nice to actually see him have a presence like on the bridge of the Raddus next to Han and Leia and Akbar and Lando, and they're working together to try to take on the First Order as a team, as part of the Resistance.
Yes, and the whole concept behind the First Order, the same with the Empire, is there's a big evil Sith dude who's in charge. And that's sort of the power struggle. It's not necessarily big evil Empire with spaceships. It's big evil dude who is a power monger who controls the Force. And that's sort of the root of all these stories, is that there's some Emperor, there's some Jedi that comes into play to solve this huge problem. Despite having, the big machine of war going on around them, they see the bigger picture. And it's one person's ego. And that is the thing that we have to, at least a character in one of these worlds says, oh, we need that guy. We need that hero. Because we don't have the Force. We don't have this magical insight that can destroy entire empires. And that's the beauty, that's the mystery, that's the suspense of the first trilogy. When we see the size and scope of the Empire, how can one hero take that all down? And it sounds insurmountable that someone can do that. But when you have this mystical force guiding you, telling you that there's a fate you're in store, that you have to go save the princess and do all these things, it's like, oh, the audience knows it. The princess is right there. And apparently she was stronger than Luke, I heard, in the next movie. It's like, why isn't she really good at war? Why is it like she's been doing it longer than Luke has? Why do they need Luke all of a sudden? Like these are questions that if I eventually watch this movie, I'll find out about. So, yeah, I want to know what's going on with Leia so much that she's so ineffective.
Well, the truth is that they didn't actually have that planned out until after Ryan said, okay, we need to, one, have Leia do her flying through space thing, and two, we're going to kill off Luke. So the only person that could possibly be a mentor to Rey is Leia. But the problem is that Leia doesn't have any established Force training. So they have to make it up completely in the third movie, even though, you think about like how in The Force Awakens, when Han's like, it's true, all of it, right? Why doesn't he mention my wife trained in the Force? Yeah, she was trained in the Force by her brother before she became pregnant with our son, and then she gave up. It's like there's nothing from Han alluding to the fact that that Leia was trained. There's nothing from Leia alluding to that either.
At the very least, he could have said, Leia is, because they meet. Rey obviously meets Leia, and during the course of that, I think Solo would say, if you want to learn more about the Force, Leia is the one to ask, not really B, but Leia. She obviously trained in it.
Hell, Luke doesn't even mention Leia's training in The Last Jedi. In The Rise of Skywalker, they reveal that Luke had Leia's lightsaber in his little hut the whole time. It's like, wow, Luke, you somehow kept that, even though you're the kind of person that tosses lightsabers. Like, you don't want a lightsaber.
Your father's lightsaber.
Seems very anti-lightsabers, very anti-anything related to the Jedi in the Last
Leia's
Jedi.
lightsaber.
He was sentimental about it. He cared about Leia, except he didn't help her when Rey literally said Leia needed their help. Whatever.
That man, Leia's lightsaber sure would have been useful after Rey pulled out Anakin's lightsaber after in order to win the that little stick fight that they had.
You're so right. Yeah, you should pull out of the hut. Just I got a lightsaber too, baby.
I'm kind of curious why the lightsaber why the Leia's lightsaber didn't call out to Rey. It's got to be Luke's dad's lightsaber.
But apparently lightsaber. It's okay now. The lightsabers can just reach out and talk to people. It's a thing now. The people defend this too, as if it were just okay in canon. It's not. It was never established in the movies that lightsabers can talk to people.
My God, I'm going to have a field day whenever I watch this movie. I'm going to spend like months just dissecting it.
The best part, my favorite part of the third movie, is when the Emperor shoots up a column of Force lightning into space and zaps all the enemy fleet.
Into what?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Is in Rise of Skywalker when Rey shoots out Force lightning on the transport.
Wait. Rey shoots out Force lightning? What?
That's how she actually kills Chewbacca.
That's so when they fake out Chewbacca's death, the idea is that he's on one of those First Order troop transports that you see in the beginning of The Force Awakens, and there's two of them that you see on camera, and then after like a few different shots where you don't see the ship, it's supposedly flying up, and Rey uses the Force to try to pull it back down to Earth. Then Kylo is trying to use the Force to have it continue flying away, and there's like a Force tug of war, and then Rey eventually loses her temper and shoots out Force lightning, and that blows up the ship. However, when Palpatine shoots Force lightning into the sky and has it hit all of the Resistance ships, they don't explode. They just start falling, like they start free falling because they lose their control systems, I guess. It causes their flight navigation bullshit to go offline rather than just explode the ships. So
permanently.
Rey's
Not
force
permanently.
lightning is established to be more powerful than Palpatine's because Palpatine can't blow up ships, but Rey can.
This is the best movie of the year.
It's not even permanent. It doesn't even set them down permanently. As soon as Palpatine gets killed, they all come back to full function.
Yes.
Makes sense. I hate how Force Lightning works inside of that movie, man, because in the OT, it was not like that. It was not like a distant weapon that you could use to destroy ships. It was like something that you could use to incapacitate someone.
He legit makes an Avengers sky portal beam into the sky. Like, he's able to snipe things with Force Lightning.
With, like, precision. Like, he hits exactly he doesn't hit any of his ships. He just hits the enemy ships. It's like, that's not how Force Lightning works.
It's that unlimited power, man.
Come on.
And that's the worst part of the movie, is that they had 2 opportunities for him to say unlimited power, passed them both by. That would have been really epic. I would have accepted at least that if he shot a column of Force Lightning into space and said unlimited power. That's a really good opportunity to say unlimited power.
Well, they already recycled one of his Revenge of the Sith lines where he's like, the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
Oh, that is the corniest line.
They have him repeat it verbatim in this movie, Smud.
Oh, boy.
It is very pristine.
Well, in Revenge of the Sith, man, but in the context of the movie, man, it's just ridiculous. He's saying, like, I've come back to the dead. I'm like a Frankenstein monster. It's like, no.
They picked the wrong line to steal. They should have stolen. They obviously should have stolen the line unlimited power.
It's literally the only line that you will get that will address how exactly he came back.
Sort of. The dark side does some wacky stuff. Okay, that's why I'm alive.
The dark side is very strange.
That's essentially the
The dark side works in mysterious ways.
Do not ask questions. Just consume dark side.
Yeah.
Get excited for next dark side powers.
Yes. All right. Let's keep. I think we've lost the point that Nerrel was going on about. So I have to just.
I don't know. We've gone over these arguments so many times, and it's just a lot more fun talking.
I think we were on Luke isn't a legend. Like this movie's about meeting your legends.
Yeah.
They're not disappointing. The usual stuff.
Don't meet your
a
heroes.
Gary Stew, if you will.
No.
Arthur Head.
No. What? That's what we come back to, the Gary Stew argument.
Came out of nowhere. Was he saying that people expect him to be a Gary Stew? Because Luke Skywalker is not and never has been a Gary Stew.
Everyone in chat, go back to the previous part of this response that we did where we spent 45 minutes reading through all of the Mary Sue traits that Rey has that Luke and Anakin did not have. We've already gone over this. That should be enough. That should be the go-to video that you go to when someone says that Luke is just as much of a Mary Sue as Rey is, because it's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people at this point, most reasonable people know that Rey is a Mary Sue and Luke Skywalker is not. I mean, there's no way.
You did a really good video on that. You explained exactly what the difference is, and you went over what a Mary Sue is, and you explained. You compared and contrasted them. Like, they're not the same. And Luke absolutely is not a Mary Sue. He never has been.
And
this took me 36 minutes.
This isn't some term that we have made up in recent years either. This is a thing that's been around for a long time, and we are just pointing out that Rey fits most of the criteria of what makes a total Mary Sue. Now, there's some aspects of her where that's not the case, but mostly, yeah, she has enough Mary Sue traits. It's safe to call her a Mary Sue character.
I think a Mary Sue is actually a Rey at this point.
Oh, I agree. I think that you should rename the trope to Rey Palpatine.
Yeah, she's a Rey Palpatine. That character is totally a Rey Palpatine. that works. No Mary Sue that I've ever seen is as bad as Rey.
Felicity Smoke from Arrow.
I have not seen her, so
She nukes a city of 10,000 people, and there's no consequences for it.
Yeah, but does she use it with her mind?
She does it with awesome hacking powers that can do anything.
That's pretty close. Yeah, okay.
Close enough.
It's like, I could buy that.
By the way, did you hear about the new Green Lantern in DC where she hacks into Oa and gets herself a Green Lantern ring?
She hacks?
What? She hacks, uses a laptop, hacks into Oa, and gets herself a Green Lantern ring.
Okay, that's alien database far away.
Sounds like they needed Ethan Van Sciver's help in creating that character.
I'm not saying the same person who created Riri Williams.
Oh, you're kidding!
Wow.
Oh dear.
Where she hacks, where she like steals a bunch of stuff and makes her own Iron Man suit. That's better than Tony Stark.
Yeah. If Tony could hack that badly, he would have gotten his own. Well, not just a green. He probably would have went for a white ring or something else. A blue ring. Like he would have gone, elsewhere in the DC universe and gotten more powers.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. Let's disregard the fact that this man thinks that Luke is a Gary Stew and just keep going.
Let's just move on.
Has always been a major influence on Star Wars, but it's especially clear in the new movies. Rey offers Luke his Excalibur and the chance to return as the hero, and Luke bitterly rejects it, which is kind of out of character. Luke would never throw away his lightsaber like it were
You think that I came to the
What about some people he threw it in the OT? See, it's the same thing. It's like it is not the same thing. Those things have nothing to do with each other. No.
This one had a huge point. He threw away his weapon to prove that I'm no longer going to fight. Okay? If he held on to it, he could just have the temptation. That whole scene is about temptation. So if he held on to it and said I'm not going to fight, then he would still have the temptation to fight should the matter be pressed. But he threw it away. Even if he had the temptation, it's a sign of proof that I'm done fighting. This is not about fighting. It's not about violence. It's about me trying to save my father through the Force, trying to save him through faith.
Wait, are you telling me that what Luke did here was instead of fighting what he hated, saving what he loved?
Saving what he loved, yes.
But in The Last Jedi, he's just thrown it away because he doesn't want it. It's like he's just like, nah, whatever. I don't like the Jedi anymore. And it's like it's
Nemo now.
Yeah, he wasn't throwing it away inside of Return of the Jedi to disrespect the weapon or because he didn't like the Jedi. He was doing it to get rid of his weapon, exactly like you said. It was and it made it so he couldn't defend himself too. It's one of those things where it's like it was contextual to the fight. There's no context which is similar in any way to The Last Jedi.
And his opinion of the Jedi are completely opposite. He believes in the Jedi. He believes his father, a Sith, is still a Jedi, even though reality is staring him in the face going, Luke, are you crazy? You just threw away your weapon. Are you nuts? And in The Last Jedi, he's like, yeah, I don't care. This is bullshit. Very, very different contrast. Very night and day. There's very little wiggle room for these two. There's no analogy. There's no analogous. The Venn diagrams aren't touching, right? There's nothing.
No.
Completely different context.
I can't believe that it's been 2 years and we're still having to counter this fucking argument.
Everyone uses it.
I'm so tired of it.
That was one of the earliest videos I made, man, was the whataboutism video because everyone uses whataboutisms. It's the easiest thing to do. You just go to a previous film, you say, this happened in this movie, therefore it's not bad in this movie. And it's like, different context will kill it. And it's always going to be a different context, man, because scenes are not going to be one for one. It's a non-argument.
That's why they need to constantly attack continuity and lore, because that's context. They need to tear that stuff down.
Well, it's cherry picking continuity. It's like, oh, well, this happened in the previous movie. It's like, well, didn't you say that continuity and lore and development and arcs don't matter, right?
Yeah, can we just say, oh yeah, it happened in the last movie, but it's bad now because I said so? Because that's the exact same thing they're saying, except the opposite.
It's only good to bring up continuity and lore if you can present it out of context.
That's like the opposite of what lore is.
Yeah.
It's anti-lore.
most unfindable place in the galaxy for no reason at all.
That saber is a symbol of everything that went wrong in his life. He resents it and the myths surrounding him.
Really? Everything
How?
that went wrong.
Okay, you're going to have to explain this. Okay, you're going to have to back this up with some proof and some evidence. How?
Because all of it happened off screen in between films. This movie invents all of that. That's why it's so jarring to watch it the first time. You're like, what just happened? He just threw it over his shoulder. You're like, what's that all about? First of all, the way it's thrown is comical. No one throws anything like that ever, unless they're trying to be funny. He throws it like it's a slapstick cartoon. But for two, this movie invents everything. It invents all of the reasons why he does not like the Jedi anymore. None of that is established in the previous films. That's why it's so inconsistent for his character, because there's no development behind it. They just say it's that way.
And this is the weapon that he was given, or the tool from Obi-Wan about his dad. This is the thing that really means a lot to him, because, oh my God, this is what put me on my path, or at least on my training. So for him to throw it away like he hates it, I mean, it would still have sentimental value. It'd still be, oh, I know what this is. He may dislike the Jedi, but his dad wasn't a Jedi. His dad was, at that time, a Sith. He obviously has conflicting issues with both, but he wouldn't just chuck it away like it's nothing. If it meant nothing to him, he'd be like, what is this? Why are you giving me this? I don't care. He wouldn't literally have a negative reaction. So like when you have something of no value, you just say, yeah, I don't care. You don't throw it away behind your head like, oh, this is, I'm a kid. I'm throwing trash on the floor. Ugh. Like it's very childish. It's very awkward.
The only way that you can really fix this is if the sequel trilogy was actually the original trilogy, as in there were no Star Wars movies made before the sequel trilogy, then this would be probably fine.
Right. So we have no understanding of the character. We have like, okay, who is this guy? I don't know.
Yeah, you can make up like this backstory between Luke and Kylo out of thin air, and that would overall be fine. But when it's conflicting with what we know about the character, it seems like it's just kind of arbitrary. It makes it seem like the way that characters act and behave is completely arbitrary, rather than, it follows sort of a cause and effect about what we've seen, how we've seen the characters act before.
I'd like to call this an argument from editing, because it's like, hey, there's a physical action that the same character took in that previous movie. You're like, yes, visually, that's true, but you're losing as we said before, the context. So it's as if the visuals should provide an answer when that is not the point of critical analysis. The point of critical analysis is to find meaning in everything, not just visuals, or not just the surface level of visuals.
But it puts Luke in the painful position of knowing that everyone's last hope is resting with him and there's nothing he can do for them.
No, it doesn't. That is pure conjecture. You have no idea what's going through Luke's head. We have no idea. All we know is that he's grumpy and he doesn't like the Jedi.
I'm still waiting for the explanation as to why the lightsaber represents all the bad stuff that ever happened to Luke.
Yeah.
I was expecting some sort of evidence to back up that statement, because that would really help his argument. He does not give anything, though, apparently.
Yeah.
Pretty much sums up the video, by the way. Like, evidence would help his arguments, but he doesn't have any.
His resolve to stay disconnected and end the Jedi begins to crack. He's reminded of the good he was able to do while inspired by the Jedi myth.
I don't think it really cracks. I think it's really R2-D2 that does anything with that video, and then he decides to get off his ass and do something. But other than that, he still doesn't give a crap.
Like it didn't spark like introspection with him. He didn't think differently. He's just like, fine. He's just like, whatever. I'll teach you some lessons.
Yeah, and then for whatever reason, Yoda pops up after 30 years. It's like, oh, hi Yoda, what's up? It's very awkward. All these scenes are very awkward, and the dialogue doesn't match what the reality is.
And the bad that happened when he wasn't there. Rey wears him down to the point that he not only begins teaching her, but opens himself back up to the Force.
See, this I also don't understand. how can he do all these crazy things on an island and not be connected to the Force? Like, can you actually imagine yourself on a pole vault that's, I don't know, 50 meters up in the air, and you're launching yourself across a chasm to a mountain?
Yeah,
He's just that awesome. He's really cool by himself without the Force. Also, well, they mentioned that the Force is a very big pillar of Star Wars. It's a staple of Star Wars, and it was explained as an energy field that surrounds us and penetrates us, all that stuff. It's rated by all living things. So we finally have Luke explain to it, or Rey explains to us, because she's that awesome, that Luke, you cut yourself off from the Force. Actually, interesting, because that is kind of the first time we've ever seen something like that in these movies. But there's nothing ever really comes of it. He's just disconnected from the Force, and then he can tap back into it whenever he wants. I would expect some sort of consequences. I was waiting for some sort of consequence, like things tend to not notice him, or maybe he's deteriorating in some way. But nothing really happens. He just cut himself off from the Force.
If something happened to him where he literally had no Force powers, and she's coming to him, hey, can you train me in the Force? And he's like, I can't help you. I don't got it anymore. Then you'd be like, oh wow, okay, that's interesting. What would a wise old curmudgeon of a Luke with no Force powers do? That would be interesting. But he still has them, even though she can't sense them in, as if, Rey is somehow incapable of doing anything. It's a strange thing. Like, maybe he's really, really good at the Force. He's so good that not even Rey can sense him, the same way Snoke is so good that he can overpower her. So maybe there's more to Luke than just, he's cut off.
And just as he's ready to return with her, history repeats.
Don't do this. He's ready to return with her?
Not go.
Yeah, he was never...
He was ready to return with her?
Never.
That's not...
Yeah.
No. There's no references for that.
Fight.
He's just making that
She beat
up.
him up. That's when she beat him up.
Yeah.
She literally gives him...
So,
yeah.
It's so jarring how they just jump from, the previous scenes where, Rey was so, angry at Kylo and hated him, and then all of a sudden, they're, touching fingers. He's like, I felt so alone. And then Luke is like, stop. And then Rey is, beating him up with a stick. It's like, where did this come from? What movie did we miss in between these scenes?
Yeah, Luke
I felt that way, too.
Luke literally blew away a door. I don't know if you understand how a hut, like a geodesic dome, when you... Of course, now we're saying now he has Force powers amazingly again, just out of the blue. He blows away a door. The ceiling doesn't fall upon him. It was literally an explosion where none of the large bricks did not crush anyone. So obviously he's got some really powerful Force powers there. So he's not disconnected from the Force. There's something different about Luke, okay? He's actually got some Force powers. And then he loses a fight. And we don't know if that's because he doesn't care anymore, or he wanted to lose, or Rey's just amazing. It's usually Rey's just amazing. That seems to be the answer to most every scenario that Rey is in.
She's just awesome.
But for him to say that he was about to go with her, it's like, what movie were you watching, sir?
Pull that out of nowhere.
There is no element. There is no sign, inclination, feeling, music. There's nothing implying this. He's on the ground defeated. He wants to die and be left alone still. So, no.
I like what you suggested last time we talked about this, a long time ago, is that Rey should have had Chewbacca come in, knock Luke out, and they should have forced him to come along.
Yeah. Easy. It's like, Luke, we got to go. Where? With your sister. No. Chewbacca. Break his legs.
Do your thing.
Yeah.
that would be in character. If you had to have this curmudgeon Luke, it would be in character for Chewbacca to step in, punch out his friend, knock some sense into him.
How awesome that would have been, where Luke wakes up on the Falcon. He's like, what'd you do? Well, you're going to train me, and we're going to go see your sister. Get training, old man. Get the hell away from me. And he just beats him up again.
Yeah.
Chewbacca would do that 100%.
Yeah, he would. That would be in character for Chewbacca, instead of being just the chauffeur.
It would just be so efficient and just wouldn't waste any time. Luke could still be a curmudgeon. He could still be all those things. And then he's finally faced with Leia, and he's like, oh, shit.
We're down to fixing the movie again.
I know, but it's just just think of that. Think of Luke and Leia's like, "Oh my God, it's my brother," and Luke's like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" Like, just because when we saw that scene on Crate or whatever, it's like, this is. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how Leia's going to act, and nothing happens. Like, there's no conflict. They just walk and touch each other, and they walk away. And like, okay, thanks.
It's been 30 years. We kind of want to see Leia and Luke's interaction after all this time. They don't. It's kind of just pan over it.
And then there's a whole confusion of whether he's physical, how the dice are all still there, how they're physical, all like how the force power even works in this. It's just a big mess, and it's just a waste of opportunity to bring these two characters back again. When Rey should have been, if Rey was just as amazing as she should have been, she should have just grabbed him and gone. So.
Believing he's lost her and only made things worse again, he recommits to torching the last remnants of the Jedi when Yoda finally sets him straight on the last theme.
He's lost her? He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. Why? Do you think that was triggered because of that?
He's lost her.
Do you think it was like I failed to teach her? Yeah, it was my bad. He's like, I'm gonna burn down the Jedi. No, things just happen in this movie because Rian Johnson decides they happen. That's how this function works. There's no connection between things in the movie. It's just things happen that way.
Luke doesn't want to burn the text. Now he does, and then Yoda does it for him. Then he gets angry at Yoda. It's like, dude, what is wrong with you? Like, just make up your mind.
And then Yoda comes in and uses force lightning on the tree. Summons lightning to burn down the tree because now it's been established that force ghosts can now interact with the physical realm.
We need a Deus Ex magical power.
And he's literally Yoda went to Force Heaven and became the Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, we need that. We need a horrible literary technique to allow Luke to have an about face, and then to have the Deus Ex tell us, "Oh, Luke, it doesn't matter."
And they should have had Yoda come in and in the first movie, in Force Awakens, and him cause this ground split that split Rey and Kylo.
Oh God, that thing.
Might as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say about it. It's so obviously bullshit, and it's like I can't even summon a real argument as to why. It's like, if you cannot see why this is fucking stupid, then no wonder you would think that The Last Jedi is good writing.
It's awkward at best. It's just like, ooh, this is...
It's like anime bullshit.
No. You gotta... I could say I've never seen anime as bad as The Last Jedi.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about The Force Awakens here.
Oh, okay.
The ground splitting in The Force Awakens.
Well, that's... Even the scene before that and the scene before that was pretty...
Yeah.
Like, ooh... Strange. I like how Finn stood his ground. That was good. That was heroic of Finn.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's so funny. That's what I always say is my favorite part of Finn's character arc in that movie is him standing up. That is the best fight in the entire sequel trilogy. It's good that he loses. It's like he had no chance of winning that fight, and him losing, you're like, this is significant for his character.
Even though
it's like,
yeah, because he actually fought with the lightsaber before and sucked at it. So for him to do that is like, okay, we know he's going to suck, but he actually gets a hit in, and it's like, oh, he's there. He can prove it. He can win. It's possible, but nope, gone. No way.
It's a minor hit too. It's not that big of a hit, and of course he loses. But yeah, I just like the fact that he knew that he was going to probably get killed, but he did it anyways because he wanted to save what he loved.
That's heroic. That's a heroic moment for Finn. And I don't know who the video creator is, but he said
Nerrel.
that Finn wasn't a hero.
Yeah.
Finn is very heroic, but doesn't want to give him the title of a hero again.
Yeah, it's the problem with a lot of the movies or a lot of stories where you have an ensemble cast where the focus is taken away. Like, imagine if Finn became the primary character in The Last Jedi, which makes sense because he did actually get almost an arc, So it would have been, oh wow, he's actually learning to become a leader, and he didn't have to be a Jedi or Force sensitive or whatever. That's not important, but for the focus to be on a secondary character or an ensemble cast, being plot integral is very difficult. But they could have gone that route. If Ryan Johnson knew how to write plot integral characters,
Knew how to write.
Okay, yeah, I know. But if this one thing he got right, I would argue more than 51% of this movie could be forgiven if he got plot integrity gone.
The thing is, what would have really subverted my expectations? If they did the Force Awakens, and then at the end of the movie, Kylo kills Rey, and then Finn steps in as the main character. That would have subverted my expectations very well.
Wow, that would have been really shocking. Yeah, I don't think Kathleen Kennedy would approve that, but
no.
All right, someone in the chat, EK. Sorry, I lost my point. EK Cons, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Watch the 12 Kingdoms anime. What is the 12 Kingdoms? Does anyone have any idea? I'm writing all these things down, but
never seen it.
I've never heard of it, but it sounds interesting.
Anything with Chinese or Japanese epics usually involve a kingdom. So
it kind of reminds me of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
Oh yeah, it's possible. It's probably an inspiration from that. There's the water story, the water margin story, all sorts of wonderful, beautiful stories in ancient China and Japan. So anyone in the chat, go ahead and fill me in on the details. I'll be happy to pick it up later. All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Failure.
Yes, failure, most of all. The greatest teacher, failure is.
The series is full of "that's just crazy enough to work" plans, and this may be the first time it actually doesn't work.
Star Wars has
Failures
always
are an
been about
inevitable part
failure.
of life, and they don't always happen for.
Every story has always been about failure. This is the most rudimentary concept in storytelling. You have a protagonist who's weak, who fails, and he keeps failing until he gets to the climax of the film, where he says, "I got to change and grow," and he succeeds.
It's elementary.
It's
It's an integral part of the hero's journey. It's like them struggling. They don't succeed in everything. Like there's always going to be shortcomings. That's how your protagonist learns. Yeah.
Yeah. And you could put that in many contexts, whether you want to put it plot relevant or whether it's character relevant, or they have to find a key to open a door. They got to get a thing to get a thing. Whatever the context is, whatever the scope is, yeah, you don't want your hero to win every single plan. That would be insane.
That's usually the second part of the trilogy, whereas the lowest point where there's some failure going on. And the original trilogy of Star Wars, Luke, it was the Empire Strikes Back was ultimately Luke's failure. He went in trying to save everyone, and he lost. They had to go and rescue Luke at the end. The Last Jedi, it's everyone else's failure. Rey wins and succeeds at everything she does. Everyone else who fails.
Well, no, she fails to bring Kylo Ren back to the light side. You see,
she fails that. Okay. she fails to do the impossible. She fails to do all the impossible things. She just succeeds at most of them.
I mean, the thing is, if this was not mentioned by Yoda, he could have said, pain is the greatest teacher, and we would have been like, oh, okay. Like he could have said almost anything. And if he didn't say anything, we'd be like lost as to what was going on, because the rest of the movie is pretty nihilistic. So nihilism is the greatest teacher. Like whatever, sure, Yoda, okay. Yeah, we could connect with that. Luke doesn't care. We got Kylo Ren who wants to annihilate everyone. Rey is lost. Finn, I guess, would not be nihilistic. Rose would be hopeful. Holdo wouldn't give a crap, so that's pretty nihilistic. Like he could have said many other things. So it's when you have that generic statement and you could apply it to many things, that's usually a sign of a very poorly developed narrative that is just so generic, because bad stuff is happening and people don't succeed, therefore failure. That is the theme. Conflict. What happens? Someone wins, someone loses. Oh, okay, great. That's the movie. Thanks. Sure it is. Of course.
That's what they're trying to do, though. And that's a main theme, a major theme, actually, of modern movies. They're not trying to continue the myth. If they're trying to continue an old franchise, the new iterations is always a deconstruction or a parody. That's what it usually is, a deconstruction or a parody these days.
It's an awkward way to tell a story. It's, just tell a good story. We have all these examples of certain style and movie form or story forms that you can be inspired by. All you do is put a little twist, like, hey, that reminds me of Good Will Hunting, or that reminds me of The Princess Bride. Only I'm doing it in space, or I'm doing it in 16th century, or whatever. Yeah, great, go for it. I'd love to see you be directly inspired by a great and do your own take. But no, we have to be original, and it's as if these people don't know how to write dialogue for men and women, and they think, well, a woman would act this way if she was strong. It's like, no. A child would act this way who's trying to be a woman. That's how they might act, and they expect to be strong. And they're just godly.
Poetic reasons. Like Luke, the good guys tried to help and only made things worse. But failure is not a license to withdraw and stop trying.
Still looking to the horizon.
Still looking at the horizon. What?
That's the opposite of what he was doing.
Every line in this movie doesn't make any sense.
At least the prequel trilogy. At least the prequel trilogy gave us an endless manufacturing line of memes and quotable lines, whether you like them outright or ironically. This is just terrible. All the sequel lines are just awful.
He wasn't looking at the horizon, he was looking at the tree.
I know, if he was
the tree, he lit on fire.
Isn't looking to the horizon in the original movie him being hopeful and trying to see his future and what he's going after?
Yeah, he's looking out to the horizon because he wants to be out there. He wants to go on his adventure. That's why he was looking out there. Not because he wanted to look at his past burning down.
That is certainly not the Luke of this story. So Yoda's a bit off. He's like kind of looking at a bizarro world of whatever Luke is doing right now. It's not.
It's becoming a Force ghost, made him senile or something.
So man, like something happened with Yoda, man, because he's not acting like Yoda. He's acting like the crazy person that like Luke brought him in.
Maybe
he was
the Yoda,
faking to be.
Yeah, he's the Yoda that died at the exact same moment, so he thinks Luke is exactly the same.
Like
Dagobah is like, yeah, I
just came back now.
I remember that crazy kid who wanted to go off and fight the Empire before he finished his training. Wow, Luke, you're crazy. You're looking out into the distant sun there, even though there is no sun on Dagobah. You can't see it.
That would enter the question as to why this is old Yoda as a Force ghost instead of young Yoda. Mm-hmm. Old crazy Yoda is a Force ghost.
No time has passed for Yoda. He's static.
The need in front of your nose.
Luke still has an obligation to pass on what he knows and to fulfill the need the universe has of him.
Then why did Yoda burn down all the books?
Yoda's a book burner now.
Because you see, he said Rey has all the books. That was what he was referring to. He wasn't saying that Rey had the knowledge. He was saying he knew that she had the books. That's why that's what people do.
Why did he say that Luke has a need to teach Rey now at this point in time when she left? Is he gonna go chase after her and teach her something?
Did Rey like headbutt the books or something so she
but,
get all the knowledge?
But even if that was the message, he never actually sees Rey.
He doesn't.
No.
So what the hell is he talking about?
Go home, Yoda. You're drunk.
No. This is Nerrel trying to let's just go back here. I think Nerrel's inventing this again.
Has of him.
Doing a lot of things.
I can't be what she needs me to be.
He realizes that the answer is to be who she needs him to be, and so he does what he said he couldn't.
I'm gonna walk out with a laser sword and face down the whole first.
But he doesn't.
People like using that as like a meta line. People are saying like
he's not actually doing it.
No, he's not. He's a Force ghost. It's projection. He is not doing that.
How did he even know where to go? Like, how do you know how to project himself here? How does this all it just boggles the mind. what the philosophy behind Yoda's message is. It's just, how does this connect? He needs to be for Rey. Rey's oftener in the frickin' Millennium Falcon chasing down some TIE fighters. She doesn't see this. She has no idea this happened. The message is completely opposite. He's here for he's here for his sister, I guess. He could sense his sister, maybe. I need to teach Rey one last thing. It's like, okay. To die on a mountain? Like, what? Oh, this is so bad.
Because that's what the Luke they believe in would do. He's using his old lightsaber, the hero's sword that he's been refusing, because now he accepts that role again.
No, I thought it was because he wanted to mess with Kylo's mind. Because Kylo saw that in the flashback.
That's something that people will use when it does not suit them. They'll say he was using it to mess with Kylo, and they'll say it was just for the legend. But this is, like I said, this is what's nice about that movie, is you can make up anything that you want in your head to make the film perfect. That's why people think it's a masterpiece.
Ambiguity allows you to make whatever you want up. So, and The Last Jedi is so terribly put together, so terribly explained and written, that it's filled to the brim with ambiguity. So you can basically make up whatever you want and can use kind of like this connect part for part with whatever you want to connect them with. It's just that bad. So that's why it's so defendable yet undefendable.
It's the same thing with when they describe how, or what do you think of the Force? And she's like, well, isn't it a Force to trick people's minds and move rocks? And she ends up moving rocks at the end, or moving a mountain at the end.
She's told that it's not about lifting rocks, and then that's what she ends up doing.
And in this case, Luke ends up facing down the First Order, but not really.
It's kind of like if you're watching The Empire Strikes Back, and then Yoda says it's not about brawn, it's about your heart and your mind, and then Luke fixes everything by punching out Vader or something.
It's basically exactly what it is, man.
It's kind of sad. It's kind of a reverse message. It's like, hey, I'm not going to do this, but I'm gonna, just not the way I said I would do it. But actually, yeah. It's just backwards.
It's also the sword that rejected Kylo Ren.
It didn't reject Kylo Ren.
What?
What are you talking about?
She just out-force pulled him. The lightsabers are not alive. Like, no matter how much you want to make them alive.
No, apparently lightsabers are now the same thing as wands in Harry Potter.
And also, in this scenario where where Rey is pulling it, it's the same direction that Kylo is pulling it. So he could have caught the lightsaber, but instead he just moved out of the way. It's
holy shit! It's moving towards me in a quick manner, like I was hoping for it to.
Yeah.
Better move it out of the way.
I wish I was a Force user so I can catch it properly. No, I better move out of the way.
That would have been so hilarious. Like Rey's trying to pull it in, and then Kyle's just like, "Whoop! There you go."
Yes. It's just.
He could also just walk over there and pick it up himself.
Yeah, it's right there.
It would have multiplied his menace though if he actually caught it, and then we see in the background that Rey was trying to force pull it.
And how the hell did Rey force pull an object with Kylo in the way of that object?
Couldn't do it. Like she was keeping him from pulling it, whilst at the same time trying to pull it to herself.
And this is a Force power she's never seen or used before.
First time she's ever done anything like that, and
she inherently do it.
Yeah,
she can just do it.
But apparently, the lightsaber didn't choose Kylo. The lightsaber was going toward Rey. It wasn't because Rey was using the Force. It was.
Well, in fairness, the lightsaber didn't talk to Kylo, but it did talk to Rey.
It didn't choose a Skywalker. It chose a Palpatine.
I'm so confused.
again, he's just making this up. He's like, he has these flimsy little references, and he's like saying these all build towards a theme, and they all make the film incredible. And it's like, dude, you need better evidence to support your points than just saying like a lightsaber did this and Luke's using it, therefore it was all designed to be this way. It's like, not everything is by design, man. Some things can be unintentional.
Well, we're talking about inanimate objects physically moving through space.
Does this guy talk about the flashing lights and how the flashing lights on Rey's face when they clash symbolizes her struggle between dark and light, even though it's never been established anywhere else in the movie?
I can't remember the last time I watched this video, so I hope not.
And when he goes down that rabbit hole.
That lightsaber, it belongs to me.
It doesn't, and Luke is rubbing his face in it. He even
Does belong.
presents himself.
Like he's a Skywalker.
He's a Skywalker. It does belong to him. It does not belong to Rey.
In that context, he's talking to Finn. Like Finn's nobody using it. So it's like, yeah,
it belongs to him. He's a Skywalker. It's in his blood to own that particular specific lightsaber.
His birthright.
That's like the third time he's just said someone's wrong, or like this character's wrong without evidence. And it's like, you are wrong when you just state this. You just say it doesn't, or this character is right. This character's wrong.
37 minutes of this character's wrong, this character's right, and Rey's just awesome. Every argument is, well, it just happens this way, okay? And if you're mad about it, then here's a little clip from the original trilogy, because apparently the same thing happens here, even though after this gut all context. Because if I put it in the context, then my argument just shatters like glass.
I doubt that anyone that had their mind changed by this video actually had a substantive reason for hating The Last Jedi.
No, this video is designed for the people who love it and for people who are just casual viewers and did not like it the first time. They didn't rewatch the movie after seeing this video. They didn't think about it. They just saw it. They're like, oh yeah, this guy's pointing out some pretty good stuff. But like, this is just the most hollow, surface level analysis you can possibly make for this film. And it's condensed with good editing and a nice voice. And that's why it doesn't necessarily matter what you say, man. If you have good editing, people will listen to you.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily matter your arguments.
If you go through some of the comments on the video, there's people saying, I don't like The Last Jedi, but, you presented it in such a way that you're the best, like it's the best way I've ever heard this argument. So I'm like, they're not listening. They're not paying attention. They're just saying, oh, it's pretty. It's a nice, nicely edited video. What's next? Oh, cats. Well, let's watch some cats jump around.
I mean, think about how stupid the average person is, and then realize that there must be a lot of people that are dumber than that.
I know, but that's like, it's getting 300,000 views or whatever the video is. So it's like, you make a nice looking video. It sounds good. People are going to watch it. Doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. So.
Yep.
Exactly as Kylo Ren last saw him. All that Ben has wanted to do from the start is kill Luke just like Vader killed Obi-Wan.
I want that map. He'll bring Luke Skywalker to me.
Luke knows his anger is his biggest weakness and exploits it. Not just to buy time, but as a final lesson. For the second film in a row, Kylo is left knowing that this path has ruined him.
Really? How does he know this?
That's so.
Path of anger? What is he referring to?
What? How did he fail?
Again,
what do you ruin it?
No explanation.
Yeah.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's defeated Snoke. He's got the entire Empire behind him. What did he lose at?
He's in a pretty good position. Like, he didn't get them today, but he has all the resources necessary to... This is what is so weird about the film, like, framing, like, the Resistance escaping as, like, this victory when there's, like, 20 of them left on the Falcon. You're like, you guys are screwed.
It's a decisive victory
the
for
First Order is going to catch you, and they're going to kill you. It's like... Kylo's in a very good position at the end of The Last Jedi. He's in a very good position.
And they should have a bunch of ships in orbit that could annihilate the Millennium Falcon from his, like, there's all their other things happening in space that all those things have to have landed from something for this battle to take place. So where are all what's left of the Star Destroyer fleet in orbit? Like, where are they? They can't chase after the Falcon, really? No? You need a big dreadnought with a big gun to target it?
I'm gonna quickly grab something to eat real quick. I'm just gonna mute my mic.
All
right, you guys can go.
Let's keep on going, guys.
Luke is saving the Resistance on a literal level, but he's
No, he's not. He
Do
can't-
anything.
He cannot interfere with... He's not a physical object. There's nothing he can do.
Not tell them about the opening. He did not know about the opening since he didn't go through it. He just appeared in there because he was a Force ghost. He didn't know about Rey. He did not have any impact on anything that was going on except distracting the guerrilla walkers briefly. And then he disappeared and like he didn't know about the ending. He wasn't saving the Resistance. He was like, people say he was being a legend. It's like all he did was distract Kylo and then he disappeared.
It's even worse than him being a Force ghost because he couldn't interact with anything. It'd been better if he committed suicide, came back as a Force ghost, and then went, because then he can summon Force lightning and probably even duel Kylo Ren with a lightsaber at this point.
Well, he could have at least told Poe, hey, you know what? Run away, guys.
He didn't tell anyone. At least we didn't see him tell anyone that the plan was to, I'm going to distract these people so you can run away. He just kind of showed up, and people thought he was real, and they just watched him and didn't run away. So he distracted them, yeah, but he didn't really accomplish much.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, hey, I'm going to act all high and mighty again for Kylo to make him look like I'm here. But, hey, you know the good guys? They're trying to survive. Can you, like, tell them what's going on? It's like, hey, guys.
That's the holder maneuver, I think. That's the real holder maneuver.
The real holder maneuver. Just shut up.
Enact a plan, and don't tell anyone about it.
Yeah.
And then make everything worse.
It's 2 sacrifices. It's 2 climaxes. Oh, my God.
It's 5 wombs.
Oh, no. You see, when Luke enters through the hole of the giant shield, he's really having sex with the Resistance, you see?
And then when Rey rescues everyone from behind and lifting up half a mountain, that's her birthing her metaphorical children.
Okay, that's actually funnier because that is exactly the argument that...
That's exactly what she said.
That's what she said, yeah. Oh boy, don't bring that up again, sir.
To Windfaller's credit, at least she gave some fresh arguments, not the same old tired stuff all over.
Well, that is just the craziest headcanon I've ever heard. So.
It's like a crazy, like insane video over just the same stuff. It's just like so standard. Like this video doesn't have anything unique. At least if you're gonna make a defense for The Last Jedi, at least say something ridiculous or like go into this like crazy fantasy land. It makes things more entertaining.
You need to be crazy.
I'm almost tempted to make a defense of The Last Jedi. This is here. Okay, look. Here's how it's done.
I've wanted to do that myself. Make a video that's just like that's everything that these videos are because I've learned so much watching so many of them. Just this is not hard to do what these people do, and you could just be crazy. You can say anything you want, man.
You'd be pulling a Macintosh, but it'd be like a farcical Macintosh, but the people
yeah, you could do that.
But the people who actually like Macintosh would be like, yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. Everything's great.
You can imagine people like, this is a great video. I'm like, dude, I did this for a joke. I'm like, there could be people who are like that.
10 million likes.
Also tying all of the themes together.
Yeah. It ties all those themes together. The only one you mentioned was one. Destruction versus preservation.
All of those themes.
Well, he mentioned failure. I think he had a second one. I don't even remember what that was, but
myths and heroes don't.
I think so.
Myth, that sort of thing.
Heroes and myth. Yeah, that's. Ugh.
Luke appearing ties all those together apparently. So.
It surely does. I just didn't know and what intelligence you require to actually perceive that connection. Whew. Okay.
He understands that erasing the history of the Jedi won't serve future generations.
Really? He figured this all out. It would be nice if he told us that. Because I certainly didn't get that. Good to know. Thanks. Thank you, Nerrel. Next time I'll ask you how the Rise of Skywalker is such a great movie. Because, I don't know, reasons.
that the lessons of their failures will only help Rey forge that new path.
Really? The lessons of their failures. Hey, Rey, you know that time I screwed up? Yeah, don't do that.
What a very enlightening end message to end on.
Of course, I can't actually tell her that because I'm freaking dead, but you know.
What is there to learn? Like,
I'm not against this idea. It's just he's dead. He can't teach her anything.
It shouldn't have killed off Luke Skywalker in the second movie. Leia should have died in the second movie. You have to kill off anybody. Luke Skywalker should have been the last to die. Especially if you want to be the emo.
That would have given Luke plenty of motivation. Whenever, like, he could, you know how Leia could feel the death of someone she cares about far away with Han. You know, I'm sure Luke can do that too. He's way stronger than Leia. So as soon as he feels that, like, that's what I thought would have happened when Leia's in space. Like, we would see a zoom in of like Luke going, "Oh my God, Leia," and instead it's the opposite, where Leia's in a coma and that causes Luke to wake up or something. I'm trying to remember that scene exactly. Like, that would have been the spark that would have caused Luke to get out of his hut and go off and do something, either out of revenge or whatever.
I'm sorry.
Luke is the hero.
Learning that Han was dead should have been what kicked Luke into action.
Possibly, yeah.
But he didn't care. He didn't care though. Well,
and I'm calling bullshit on that.
Cut away and edit that out.
That is something that can never ever be fixed for me. Is the idea that Luke finds out that the guy that he made turn evil with his out of character actions has killed his best friend, and he doesn't give enough of a shit to actually act on trying to help the rest of the Resistance and deal with this Kylo Ren figure. No, I don't buy it.
It would have been good motivation for Luke to, as opposed to what we got, as opposed to whatever, I don't know, bullshit that Yoda came up with.
Just showing up and saying failure is a good teacher, save everyone. That's basically what he did.
Yeah.
Luke is the hero of Star Wars, not Leia. Leia is not the hero. Luke is the hero of Star Wars. She was a secondary supportive character. It should have been
Not
Luke
anymore.
who survived until the last movie. Not Leia. Leia should have died in the second movie if they had to kill off anybody. Luke should have survived to the end. That was a huge mistake. Luke is the hero. Luke is the guy we all want to see, we want to look up to. Leia, not so much.
Huge mistake.
He's accepted that his hero myth is more important to the galaxy than anything else he can give.
No, he literally...
Everyone does this. Everyone like goes with the meta. They're like, it was about the myth. It wasn't about him showing up physically. Don't you see? It's like, come on.
This movie doesn't give you anything. There's nothing solid to grab onto this movie, so they have to go with it's implied headcanon, the meta of the writing. Whatever isn't in the movie, that's what they go with.
This is pure headcanon. It's very painful to listen to.
That it doesn't really matter if he is that hero or not.
Of course, yeah, totally. Yeah, that's the message, really. We totally missed that.
Usually masterpieces come in as good stories, and then you can find interesting things that, interesting representations, interesting themes, interesting metaphors around them. But if you don't want to look at themes and metaphors on the outside, you can still just enjoy an interesting story. The Last Jedi requires you, apparently, if you want to see the true masterpiece of the film, to look on the outside and look at themes and all that stuff. It's all about the themes. It's not about like the text at all. And you're like, Blade Runner is an excellent film, and then there's the thematic analysis. Exactly. Same with Godfather. Same with all the greats. Citizen Kane. All the greats come in as great stories in and of themselves, and then you can look into the meta of it. Then you can look into the hero's journey, or whatever you want to call the journey of Michael Corleone, which is essentially the hero's journey. It's just he just happens to be a gangster. But you can look at those things later if you want to. It's optional, but you don't have to enjoy the story. Last Jedi, you must, apparently. You have to, because it's apparently a masterpiece, but it's not a masterpiece if you don't think about it.
Yeah, there's only depth when you start thinking about something that isn't there. It's just a bizarre argument.
It's been shown that using the Force can be draining.
I can't.
They're not doing this. The effort would kill you.
Luke knows he won't survive this, but...
How does he know this?
No.
Is that established?
Rey never, ever feels any consequences from using the Force. And never. She can lift half a mountain and save her friends. Everything's fine. She never looks like she's being strained. She never passes out. Nothing.
She can lift a mountain while hugging Finn, while no longer lifting a mountain, and have the mountain gently fall into nice, orderly fashion all around everyone. It's amazing. She can close her eyes and move them. She just does it. I don't even think she was using the Force. I think the rocks just naturally moved and slowly positioned themselves after she stopped lifting them. She's just good.
She's a Disney princess. Maybe she sang a song.
The rocks just love her. The rocks. Oh, Rey is lifting us. Now we can.
She's Balder. She's the Balder of Star Wars. That rocks just made a deal. It's like, okay, we won't do it. We'll do what you say.
That his legend will. When the Resistance fails and the spark of hope dies, Luke becomes the spark.
The moral objective is that of saving a people or saving a
Oh
person.
yeah, you gotta go back to the interviews and they use those. You're like, yes, this person said it this time, so therefore this film is good. It's like, man, use an interview or a clip or a quote from someone to support your argument. Don't just use it like this, where you say something that like has no textual basis, and then you say this famous author who like wrote other stories said this, therefore it connects. It's like it's not a good argument.
An idea. He is sacrificing himself for something. That's the morality of it.
I think that was Joseph Campbell, and he's talking about the hero's journey, I guess. But Luke's journey, this is not the hero's journey for Luke, so I don't...
Luke already sacrificed himself in The Empire Strikes Back. He like was willing to let himself die instead of choosing to go with Vader. It's like that. The end. Sacrifice isn't the end of the hero's journey if he's trying to connect this as all like one big story.
And all that Luke does is we don't know the reason exactly why he blasts himself across the galaxy in a hologram, nor do we know exactly why he dies. So we don't have the context for explanation of what's going on. We just know he's doing it, and we think it's because Yoda said something to him that caused him to change his mind. There's no journey. There's no like, oh, my sister told me this, and then Leia, or then Rey told me this, then Chewbacca told me this, then Yoda told me this. It never flows. There's no like revelation. There's no journey. He stays in his goddamn hut. That's it. And then he decides not to, and then he dies.
It's not a journey. It's just he's going to go. He didn't want to help, and then he did.
Yeah, that's it. That's all there is. He loses a fight, and then he decides to light some shut-in fire, and then Yoda's like, "No, you're doing it wrong." Like,
The sequel trilogy of the Disney Star Wars sequel trilogy seems to have the philosophy of just stomping on Luke Skywalker over and over again. That's basically what everything.
See, that would have been good. That would have been good if it was like everything he tries, he fails at. Again, I said this, not with you guys. I think I said it a few days ago. A great story is just you have a protagonist who fails at everything, and then the last thing is the climax where they succeed at something. That's it.
It would have been that would have worked if Luke Skywalker was the protagonist. I think because
he could be a secondary character. He could be a secondary character, and he's trying to train Rey, fails. He tries to get that fish, fails. He tries to get the milk, fails. Everything's a failure. He's just so down on his luck. And Rey's like, "Come on, you could do this." He's like, "Listen, I can't even fish. How the hell am I going to take on? How am I going to take on the First Order, buddy?"
He could drink milk though, and I think we need more focus with Luke if they wanted to actually do that.
I know.
He fails and fails and fails. We need more focus. We were just with him for a very short amount of time, and then he's dead.
And he's desperate to succeed. Like he's really down on his luck. Like that would have been a nice rags to riches scenario, and then we could say, okay, he would want to go with Rey, but he's scared to because he's going to fail. And Rey's like, no, you can do it. I'm going to help you. And she's like a god. She's like, oh my God, you're incredible. I'm going to follow you now. It's like, wait a second. I thought you were going to guide me. Well, maybe I will, I won't. Like he's totally lost. And then finally, when he's faced with danger, he steps up and he becomes whatever he needs to be. That would be something. That would be at least, we understand where he's coming from. We don't know how he gets from A to Z, how he becomes the master again, but at least it's an explanation, not just I don't want to go. I don't want to help. Yoda bonks me on the head. Now I want to go. I can't go. I'm going to project myself. Now I'm dead. Little less meaning in that example. Even that was done poorly. What happened to his arm? His robotic arm. Did that go into the Force as well? I hated that. It's like, where's the arm? Come on. Be consistent, movie.
That was actually something that Ryan Johnson said he wished he changed. Like, really, Ryan? That's the one thing you would have changed?
Actually said that?
He actually, yeah. Well, you know
he
what?
actually said, you know what, there's something wrong with my film. I've never heard him say that. I want the exact quote. Holy cow, I need to...
Let me see if I can find this.
Ryan thinks his movie is wrong? Oh my god.
Hilarious. He's like, you know what? In retrospect, yeah, I wish I changed the arm. That's something I think I could have changed that.
If I can find it. I'm absolutely positive.
Okay, well you
Ryan, that's something that honestly I think if you'd fixed that would have made the film better. There's a few other things that I think would have helped as well, but yeah, that's a start. It really is.
Wait, hold on. Here we go. I apparently misremembered it.
Edit room, someone jokes just when he fades away, his robot head should collect might have undercut that moment. Wow. Oh, that's hilarious.
That's interesting.
Good for you, Ryan.
People don't know what we're talking about. I'm just going to copy it to the chat just because it's just so... I mean, it's a very minor cosmetic thing.
Yeah.
But still, you're like, hey, wait a second. Is he really connected with his robotic arm to the Force? I guess
You know what's funny, Smudboy, is that they go out of their way to showing his Force Ghost's right hand in The Rise of Skywalker. It's like constantly hidden by his cloak, and you only see his left hand.
Really?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Interesting. Huh. As opposed to, Anakin, who's a freaking person after having a metallic body most of his life.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's Anakin.
His beautiful locks of hair.
Yeah.
And his Hayden Christensen appearance.
After the DVD version of the 90s or the 2002,
2004. 2004. Yeah.
Jeez.
At the end of the film, we can see the impact of Luke's decision.
Really? Okay.
Not long after the battle, the kids are reenacting what happened on Crate. He's given a new
scene. Doesn't make any sense, and it's just one of those things. You just got to move on because you're like, this ties into the previous point you made. The previous point you made does not make any sense. So what do you want me to do with this? You're like, sure, the legend inspired all these kids. How did the legend inspire these kids? What was so legendary about what Luke did?
How did they find out about it?
We could have seen some storytellers having the kids sit around and telling the story of an event that just literally happened.
Yeah, this seems like the same time of day. It's like what did they occur? Like, how did this information get passed? Oral traditions?
Was it reported live by somebody?
I saw someone compare this kid at the end of The Last Jedi to some kid that shows up at the end of Mass Effect 3. Do you guys know what they would be talking about?
Oh god, yeah, my channel they would, yeah.
Okay.
That's a very geez, how do you compare the catalyst or the supposed brain dream of Shepard, the child, with Broom Boy? Holy crap, I've never thought of that.
Well, it's the same thing in spirit, is it not?
It's sort of. I mean, you're talking about the analogy is that the child is humanity to Shepard, and some super AI can read Shepard's mind and go, okay, I'm going to give you an image that you can relate to or something like that. In this, the child represents the hero that anyone can become, not necessarily, a group of people, just the concept of like the forces within us all. Anyone can become a hero. It's still an analogy. It's just not the same analogy. It's hard to like, you're talking about two pieces of crap, and the crap ending of Mass Effect 3 is just legendary. And this is just this is like a minor character. Not even it's just a minor scene that happens to involve a force-sensitive kid, which implies the universe is force-sensitive and anyone can become a hero. It's wildly different, but it's still confusing. Just totally different scale. Oh, I just got a super chat from Nathan Break. Thank you, sir. What happened to his skin on his robot hand? It's a good question. We never really found out why. Well, he's a recluse, so I don't think cleanliness and keeping his humanoid robotic arm to look that way was a big priority on Luke on his escape to fishing and Milk Island.
Or it got shot instead of like Return of the Jedi, and like you're like, I imagine over time it would probably get faded away, but it's like, I don't like. Does it deteriorate? I mean, I doubt it's like actual like skin. It's not like a Terminator thing. Like that thing was just it was mechanical.
It should be a little more durable than normal skin. So why did it break away? And why didn't Luke repair it? Like, he's pretty mechanical. Luke would care about keeping his robotic arm working. That would be kind of an important thing to him. So he either really, really didn't care, even though the actual physicality of like the mechanics of it are working, but the cosmetics he didn't care. But I would imagine the skin would be a protective layer for the metal. So I don't know. I would have appreciated if it was like.
Actually, if you look at the so I just Googled Luke attacking Kylo, and if you go to images, you'll see that his the skin on his robotic hand is missing there too. So before he even became a recluse, he let the artificial skin on his hand just go away.
Was that also in the flashback scene?
I believe so. Yes. In fact, you actually also you see his robotic hand on R2-D2 in the flashback scene.
Exactly. You're right.
And in Force Awakens.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it was the hand he was using to hold his lightsaber. So
it didn't have anything to do with him being a recluse. He just, I guess, decided to stop taking care of it while he was still training Jedi.
Translation: Rian Johnson is a hack. We got it. Okay.
And J.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you do see that bit where Luke puts his hand on R2-D2 in The Force Awakens. That is a vision that Rey gets.
That's after he gets hit by a freaking temple. So
true, but then in the Last Jedi, yeah, it's before the temple even gets sent down upon him.
Yeah, when he pulls out the lightsaber, yeah, he's already like that. Okay, that he just made, again. We can say it's nature versus. If we want to use the theme of nature versus technology, he just focuses on the natural aspect of being a Jedi as opposed to technological. That's really reaching, but that's what this entire video is. So I wouldn't go that far and argue that. I'd probably never even want to attempt that. But yeah, it's really just lazy work by Rian Johnson to be consistent with Luke being Luke. Hey, we got Mark Hamill in makeup. Let's keep going. Film the next scene, guys. Where is that, Ryan? Oh, this is in the past. Are you sure? Yeah, let's do it. Run. That's pretty much what happened.
Yeah.
Narration hope. And because Star Wars fans fall over themselves to willfully misinterpret everything in the most literal way possible.
Oh, you don't, sir, because you're really good at interpreting things the right way.
Misinterpreting things. We're the ones doing that.
Yep, we're watching the movies wrong, guys.
He's mad at you for interpreting things in the most literalist way possible. What? Because he's stuck over here interpreting things in the most metaphysical way possible.
We can throw it right back at him in reverse. You're like, yeah, dude, you're stuck misinterpreting things with just subtextual meta commentary or whatever it is that you're in fantasy land, man. Stick to the text.
Acquiring huge stretches of things and basing your arguments on things that are never stated in the film. You just have to. They have to be so that your further arguments can stand at all.
That's a very ironic statement, so we'll just give him that.
Ugh.
People thought this was about setting up a Broom Boy trilogy. New hints about Rian Johnson's Broom Boy saga. Has Disney canceled Broom Boy? 10 reasons the Broom Boy trilogy is going to fail.
And it could
Most
be.
YouTubers.
Yeah, it would have worked. I mean, if Rian Johnson can throw away all the setups he was given, like literally on a golden platter, the next guy could have said, "Okay, let's use this kid." Why not?
I mean, like, I don't really have a problem with Broom Boy, like, inherently. I mean, like, that could be an interesting idea. My trouble is just all that built to it. Like, it's inspired by the legend of Luke Skywalker, but that legend doesn't make any sense. And, like, it's the perfect example of this is a good idea, but everything that built to it, like, is contradictive and it's nonsense. And so it's like, yeah, I'd be fine if they made a story of Broom Boy, but it's like, it would just depend.
Well, they could have made a story with DJ. They could have made a story with Phasma. They could have done all sorts of stories. But yeah, how it's done.
I've seen ignore the mythology and totally miss the point as a result.
Oh yeah, these guys ignore the mythology, but you invent your own
mythology. The people that defend, all the defenders of Last Jedi, are saying, mythology doesn't count, lore doesn't count, continuity doesn't matter. No, it's us. It's all the people that are trying to say this is a terrible.
Mythology is only good when I say it's good for this particular argument. Other than that, no, it doesn't matter.
One law for me, the other one, another law for everyone else.
Yeah.
There was a lot of weird shit going on.
This is bizarre.
This didn't seem like a singular vision. This seemed like the vision of producers who were making a property for money because they acquired it.
So it's the weird idea of an eccentric filmmaker and a corporate committee project.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of other things too. But we can definitely see the fingerprints of Kennedy and the insanity of Johnson on this film. It's just, how else do you make something of this quality in this way? It's like you have all this money. You have, what was the most opulent, I think Hamill was saying that the most opulent set he ever saw was Canto Bight. And it was just, I think it was up to 30 million just on Canto Bight alone. That the casino shots.
This makes it even sadder.
It was insane. All because those were actual sets. Like, those were actual people in costume. And I don't know about the CGI. I think they did a few things with the dogs when they were running, but other than that, those were real live giant dogs. So that's a lot of puppeteers, a lot of shots, just to have a mindless, opulent-looking scene that Rose and Finn could walk through and destroy.
The soulless corporate decision would have been to do easy fan service. Not all of...
You know what? I wish they did. I wish they would have been a fan service show that wasn't insane and insulting to people, and said, "Hey, we're gonna take the setups from the other fan service movie and work with them and do even more fan service." We'd be like, "Hey, this is a obvious corporate cash-in."
What's wrong with respecting your fans? What's wrong with appealing to your fans as long as you have some substance there with it?
Yeah, it's like making a Superman comic. It's like, what's Superman? Well, he's
I want to see Superman punch something.
Yeah.
I want to see him punch bad guys.
Yeah. Like, it's okay doing things that like fans might expect. It just depends on context. Like, this is what a lot of people will do too. They'll say, like, if the film was X, it wouldn't have been good. And it's like, who says? It's like, you didn't see that like potential film. It's like, maybe it would have been good. You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you can make the Superman story about standing up for the little guy, or leading a few against the might of many, but still have punch some bad guys. That's what fans want to see. I'll see Superman punch some bad guys, punch some really powerful bad guys.
This is the art of subversion, and the problem with Rian Johnson is that was his only technique. And you can subvert my expectations in many ways. I always give the analogy of a steakhouse. Well, you go to a steakhouse to order a steak, but maybe I'm a fancy chef. I'm going to give you some steak, and then I'm going to give you a little side order of chicken. You're like, hey, whoa, what's going on? I ordered a steak. What's with the chicken? It's like, hey, I want to do something special. I subverted your expectations. You still get your steak. Exactly. So you pay for what you got, but there's a little twist, as opposed to going to a steakhouse and getting a salad when you ordered a steak. So that's the difference. You still give the fan what they want, and then you be creative. You try to twist it. You try to give a little curveball and appreciate something special because, I don't know, because he's a feminist or he's a leftist, or I don't care what his philosophy is. I really don't. It could be anything.
What they're trying to do is, recently anyway, then subverting expectations, is they want to give you a few seconds of shock. They want to give you a moment in the movie or TV show that you weren't predicting because they didn't set up for it. They've been setting up for something else this whole time, and then they want to subvert your expectations by doing something completely different.
Right. Like when I heard of that lightsaber being tossed over his shoulder, I thought that would have been a lesson that he was going to teach Rey, and it was going to be.
It's not about lightsaber fight. It's about
like something
in your heart, your mind.
Exactly. It's something like mind over matter, or this should not reflect what the Jedi mindset is, etc., etc. It was whole metaphysical explanation that Rey never thought of because she's just a girl. She doesn't know anything about the Jedi, and this was his fastest way to do that, or his unique way of doing it, whatever. But no, it was literally nothing. It was a literal throwaway scene. And that is what insults me as a critic, because when you are a critic, you are looking for meaning. And, Broom Boy could have been the message of the movie, that there's a hero in all of us, even though it's kind of dependent on being born of a certain lineage to have these powers in the first place. He could have been from, I don't know, one of these storylines where a bunch of younglings escaped, or he's the product of one of those, and he just has had these powers and they're undeveloped, just like Rey. But no, Rey had to be a Mary Sue, or Rey had to be this or that. So there's ways to tell these stories. It just wasn't the one that Rian Johnson gave us.
Of this weird shit.
Poe Dameron, he's the only character in this movie with an arc.
I disagree, but,
Mr. Plinkett, the internet's foremost critic of the prequels, spent the first half of his review struggling to invent plot holes.
So you're saying...
Struggling to invent plot holes? It's not hard.
Ryan Johnson invented all the plot holes. We can just point...
We just point them out. It's like, what's that? It doesn't make sense. That's all. That's what a plot hole is. I look at something, it doesn't connect to the previous scene. That's a plot hole.
Yourself, I guess it doesn't really matter how the First Order found the Rebel base, right? But it adds something.
That was in the last movie.
We have their location. We tracked their reconnaissance ship to the Elenium system.
What?
Yeah, we do know how.
Yeah,
so
that's a common mistake. Like same thing with the whole map thing. Like a lot of people call that out. You're like Luke wanted to seclude himself. Like, why did he invent a map? There's no references in the film that he actually made that map and he designed it for him. It's like people can make mistakes, man.
Well,
like go with the legitimate criticisms.
It's also one plot hole that Red Letter Media made up, but there's plenty of others in their video that are actually real plot holes. When I so I don't know if much of your audience knows about me, Mud Boy. The reason why I'm a presence in this community is because I made this video that responded to a review of Mission Impossible Fallout, one that made up multiple different little plot holes, and I had to draw in references from the film to point out why they weren't plot holes. It was several of them, too. And what we have here is he's just going to point out this one instance of Red Letter Media making a mistake, and accusing them of, oh, they're just struggling to make up plot holes. He's then going to use this to try to make it so that he doesn't have to address the rest of the plot holes in the film that are real that they point out in this video.
I mean, if he really wanted to point out the fact that Red Letter Media was constantly struggling to make up plot holes, I mean, a short little montage would have helped instead of just one little instance.
I don't know if he'll explore more, but yeah, if he's just going off of this, it's like people make mistakes in videos. This is a genuine mistake, which I'm sure they would agree with, because like no one will stand by a mistake. No one will be like, no, I'm still right, even though they're like, you were demonstrably false. You got like your information wrong. But this is an honest mistake, and there are genuine flaws in The Last Jedi. How about we talk about the whole setup for the space chase? Do you want to talk about that for plot holes? Because that stuff does not hold up. That stuff does not have information in previous films, which fixes it.
Yeah, the only defense I could say is that when people start using a critical lens, that they focused on the mechanics and they sort of forget the history of something that they might have already known. And that's a very tough reference. Like, you would have to actually pay attention to The Last Jedi, or sorry, The Force Awakens, to then connect those two things. So, should he have done some more homework? Of course, but you can't fault him for everything. He's not perfect.
Why are they even bothering chasing down an elderly lady and all of her friends? The fuck are they gonna do?
They did just blow up their incredibly important weapon. You might remember it as a little thing called the climax of the fucking film. But this is the important part.
That should have been the last time we saw Luke. And here's how the film should have ended.
Join me.
Yeah, on a cliffhanger.
Maybe. Yeah. Kind of like The Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, kind of like second films and trilogies often do.
As opposed to the three climaxes we got, which were completely ineffective.
Exactly.
It's like how to pace a story, how to scope it out. It's like, hey, let's have 4 climaxes. It's like, how about we don't do that? How about that's a really bad idea? Like, you don't
4 acts in a 3-act film.
Yeah,
that's
it would actually leave people somewhat intrigued for the third movie. Whereas, like, when I saw it in the theater, I was like, I have no for the next one, and sure enough, I was right.
It's a strange thing to, like, when you hear the stories of how much content that was filmed or made that Rian Johnson put together, and he's like, oh crap, there's too much movie, I have to cut it down. You're like, dude, what the hell were you doing? Don't you know how to to plan out a project of this scale with millions, hundreds of millions of dollars? Like, if they literally just gave him a big pile of money and said, go crazy. And he did. And it's like, even then, if you were given the keys to the car or the kingdom, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to make the most efficient possible, awesome Star Wars movie I could at $100 million. Even though they gave me $400 million, I'm going to try for 100 just because I'm so good at filmmaking. Like, that would be your job. Because honestly, if someone gives you $1,000 to do a job, you want to prove to them, I can do it in $800. I'm going to do it in under budget or faster. And that's the exact opposite of what happened. And they were okay with that. And I just sat there like, this is the craziest story of spending money. Like, all the practical effects, again, all the crazy animals and the aliens and Canto Bight and all that on top of the CGI budget, on top of all the extras and all the other, like, it's crazy to hear these numbers. And I don't even know, what was the budget for The Rise of Skywalker? Could have been that high. It must have been mostly CGI.
Well, considering all the reshoots that they had to do, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that it was the most expensive Star Wars movie ever made, like topping even Solo.
Oh, that would be something.
They had to like reshoot the whole movie, so that had basically double the budget as a regular Star Wars film.
There were stories that the reshoots were not as excessive, and then there were stories that they had to redo like almost the entire movie. So I'm getting multiple reports, and I'm not sure what to believe. But this was all like the first or the last 2 weeks before the movie came out. So I wasn't sure what... And of course, there was all those weird rumors that there were screenings, and then JJ said there were no screenings, which doesn't make sense. Because you do not have a movie of this size and scope and money behind it, and you don't have screenings. Like that just doesn't happen. Like it's like, oh, we won't do any screenings. It's like, are you serious? No test groups, no friends of the family. Just come in and watch it. Say what you think. No one. I hardly believe that's true either. So, yeah, I want to find out. I really want to know what.
I'm reading that the production budget was $275 million.
The stated one. I'm not really sure how high it got. Maybe, I'm not sure. Is that including all the reshoots?
I'm not sure.
275 million?
Yeah, it's about 275 million.
That's still pretty high, and that doesn't account for marketing. So
yeah, marketing is usually double what the budget is of the film.
I can't see the marketing being hundreds and hundreds of millions. Maybe 80 million. Maybe 70
pushed it pretty hard. It depends.
Yeah, I mean, marketing is a huge,
it's extremely expensive.
Huge expense.
I remember seeing billboards downtown. I still see some deals online with, buying this or that, Happy Meals, etc. But nothing that would cause me to go, oh, wow, this is going to be a huge event. It just sort of, it's like, hey, wow, it's December's coming around. And that movie's coming out.
That one movie's coming out, isn't it?
Yeah, it never, like compared to other stuff going on, like downtown Toronto, we have all these gigantic screens in Nathan Phillips Square and Dundas Square and all these advertisements. I only saw one for Star Wars. So, and I'm in the marketing or the digital aspect of marketing. So we keep track of magazines and non-digital billboards, etc. And it wasn't. This is just Toronto. I'm not talking like I know the rest of the world. So sure. I would imagine close to 80 million, 90 million. But yeah, people are mentioning in the comments about Fortnite. I heard about stories about the story being revealed in Fortnite.
Yep.
It was like, what?
Motivation.
I've never heard of that. So yeah. Interesting stuff, but I really want to know the actual money so we can compare how it's. I know it went down 60% this week.
I think it was 70% actually.
Really? Wow.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up on Box Office Mojo.
Okay, we'll keep going.
If you guys want to keep going while I look this up.
You probably noticed that Titanic didn't end after hitting the iceberg, and Seven Samurai didn't end when the bandits arrived at the village. Because ending the movie...
What the hell does that have?
Those both were not second parts of a trilogy. Those were standalone films.
Yeah, this is a very weak argument. It's...
Was he drunk when he made this part?
Yeah, I just like, what are you talking about?
This is the thing, man. Is like well, all Star Wars. The original trilogy was not intended to be a trilogy. But when you have a trilogy that you say we're gonna do like a first film, a second film, and a third film, you can't just have the second film like not set up anything, because otherwise you get the Dark Knight trilogy where that was a film and then a sequel. But then you have The Dark Knight Rises, and it's awkward because The Dark Knight didn't set up a sequel. And you also had a lot of different issues with that film, like with all the Joker and Heath Ledger's passing and all that. But it's like when your second film just closes everything, like you cannot say that it's the third film's fault for all that. It's like you need to set up something rather than just close off all your plot lines.
Yeah, it was a 59.2% drop for domestic.
Wow. And when I went to go see, I saw the third movie on a Saturday, and the theater was practically empty. There was hardly anyone in there on a Saturday night.
You know what? I think that's fairly common regardless of the movie, because I've seen a lot of movies over the years. At least I say the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting more common, just because I can probably get this movie online sometime. Well, not download it, but like buy it through YouTube or buy it through...
The Rise of Skywalker was distributed online freely. People bootlegged this thing.
Oh, really?
Like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I got several links through Twitter where I can go see it on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it went from making 177 million to 72 million in its second weekend.
Wow.
The fans and the populace declared war on this movie.
Yeah.
They revealed spoilers. They made it their civic duty to bootleg this thing, so more people wouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah,
people are fed up with this. Like they're done with the sequel trilogy.
Which is really funny because The Mandalorian just came out the month prior.
The Mandalorian is really good. I'm not going to say it's great, like as a whole, but they're all really good episodes, and it's overall really enjoyable watch. Overall,
I like The Mandalorian a lot. It's got some bits of writing where it's like it's kind of it requires characters to be really stupid in service of the plot here and there, but
sometimes it's not nearly as bad as the movies.
Exactly.
No.
It's
that was my attitude.
It's just the
it's
first
like
season. It's the first season. I'm going to give it a little bit of slack.
Yeah, same here. I'm like, when I watched it, I'm like, this is a step in the right direction. There's a lot of things that I have a problem with, but like the important thing is that people as a whole like it. Like people love The Mandalorian. It's like no one likes The Rise of Skywalker. I've not met anyone. The people who like The Last Jedi hate it. So do the people who hated The Last Jedi. It's like, it's not making anyone happy, man. Everyone is just like, no, this sucks, and we want good Star Wars again. And The Mandalorian is giving people that.
Even though The Mandalorian does have some problems, I mean, what kind of show doesn't? I mean, I'm actually excited when I hear the next episode is coming out. I actually want to see it. I'm eager to see the next episode.
I do know a lot of people that I used to work with or what have you canceled their Disney Plus subscription as soon as the last episode came out.
I'm just like, I don't care.
And the episodes, the first season of The Witcher actually got a higher viewership than.
Oh yeah, The Witcher did. Mm-hmm.
But that's because it's on Netflix and everyone has a Netflix account. So
more of that.
Yeah, so it's pretty much, do you have the avenue for watching the thing and buying the thing? So
I heard The Witcher was in development. It was going to be extremely woke, but I think from what I've heard, it's gotten a lot better. Since
it's just some of the no. I would say just the designs of the Nilfgaardians, but people were talking about some of the female characters. They really made her. They're basically all a bunch of sorcerers, so you can do crazy stuff, and they just deviate from the books a lot. But it's an adaptation. You expect that.
Yeah, I would expect that.
Yeah.
Especially it's going to be a TV show.
I'm actually going to have
the books are great though.
Yeah, I'm having a podcast about that tomorrow with an expert Witcher game player. He has his own YouTube channel tomorrow. Cool. So I've watched all the episodes. Very mixed reaction for me. I like it in some parts, and other parts I'm like, what the hell is going on? So
what's the percentage of wokeness would you think?
Yeah, not even 5. Not even. It's really low.
It's really low. Okay.
It's really low. Yeah, it's worth a watch.
If it's under 2%, I'll watch it.
Sorry. Okay, so we've just been told that if what happened if the Seven Samurai ended right before the bandits attacked, it's like, oh.
Yeah, as if those movies were part of a trilogy, not standalone.
Exactly. As if they weren't just one film, and you're saying you don't want to end a film on a cliffhanger if it's like comparing apples to oranges here, and it's like there's no point in responding.
Well, how about delicious apples versus oranges that have been squashed?
Exactly.
Threads you just spent 2 hours building up is a terrible idea. Someone could only suggest this if they didn't even know those threads are there.
That's because they don't have any value. They really just die and kill themselves off. It's like, oh, Snoke's gone. Oh, great. Now what? Are we going to learn about Snoke? We're not. Then why should I want to watch more? It's
like if you want a sequel, then you need to keep some stuff open. There's nothing There's nothing to work with at all after The Last Jedi ends. There was no way you can make a sequel to it. That's why they brought Palpatine back, because like that was the only solution. You had to just invent new conflict because everything was closed. That's what we mean when we're saying the plot threads have been like concluded and there's no way to continue them along.
Ending it right where that choice where Kylo asks for Rey to come with him. Very reminiscent of the ending of The Force Awakens when Rey goes to go see Luke and she gives him the lightsaber. It's like, oh wow, just like the beginning of the movie. What's Kylo gonna do? What's Rey gonna? Because now it's in the other foot. What's Rey gonna do? Is she gonna take that hand or what? So a little bit of symmetry there, but it would have allowed the next director to come in and say, hey, Ryan, you did a lot of crazy things here. I'm gonna see what I can do. Thanks for ending your movie right there. And Ryan will be like, hey, I thought of this idea for a salt planet. He's like, stop right there, Ryan. Way ahead of you. And then never talk to Ryan ever again. That would have been probably the better conversation to have, and something to work with compared to what happened with the Rise of Skywalker, apparently.
Who the fuck knows what's going on?
People only seem to think about the film in terms of how much they hate it. They'll make fun of Leia flying through space or point out an extra in the background that isn't doing what they should be. You can needle the originals in this way, too. I don't really care if this is on someone's list of forbidden Last Jedi defenses, it's true.
An entire legion of my best troops awaits them.
Rogue One seems to be more what most people meant when they said they wanted movies like
You
the
gotta
originals
do this,
again.
man.
Movies that
you just, okay, the OT sucks too. That's what he's like. He's like, there's these flaws that are acknowledged in The Last Jedi. He's like, see, you can do the same thing with the OT.
Because
There's no problem.
It can't really defend The Last Jedi on its own merits because it doesn't have any.
Oh,
So they have to stomp on the original trilogy so that basically they have to lower the original trilogy so that The Last Jedi looks better. That's the only way they can lift it up.
And you know what? It's like, ultimately, if the original trilogy does have all of these issues, then it is objectively bad.
Exactly. That's the thing, is they're like, well, what about in this movie? And you're like, what about it? And they bring up an actual flaw. You're like, yeah, that's a flaw in that movie too.
It's
like you're like the Canobite subplot sucks. It doesn't add to the story. We're like, what about Luke's plan at the opening of Return of the Jedi? That didn't make any sense. Like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It's like they expect us to have this, like a cornerstone of our beliefs is that the original trilogy is perfect and doesn't have any problems whatsoever.
Criticism proof, and that will like cave. Like we'll just be like, oh, you're right. The original sucks too. Okay.
We've been biggest this whole time. It's been biggest this whole time.
I want a sucky Star Wars, guys. That's they have to all suck, okay?
Yeah, the original movies they have problems too, but I'll tell you this much: they don't have the same volume of issues, the same like that the problems aren't as large as the issues in the sequel trilogy or the prequel trilogy. It's pretty clear as to what trilogy of films is actually the best made. Now, I mean, I'd say that like it's debatable as to whether or not Return of the Jedi is better than Revenge of the Sith. I think like both of those are pretty close to each other in quality. But with A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, it's pretty much unanimously agreed upon. I feel that, like, at least among the fandom menace types and the people that would watch our channels, that A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back are the best made Star Wars movies, even if they have some problems of their own.
I can't really grade them. I've never bothered to, but when I was a kid, I just thought they were excellent, fun to watch movies. And
well, it's like, you know, Just Right tried to do this with The Dark Knight, trying to point out all these different like little plot holes that he thought he found in them. And there were a couple of issues that he brought up that were legitimate. There were some where he just completely fabricated something. Like he says, money doesn't burn this fast. Showing like a match being thrown on a pile of money, and then it's like it just engulfed in flames in the next shot. The problem is that he edited out the part where they're pouring gas on the money, and also edited out some space in between the thing being lit on fire to it being just engulfed in flames to make it seem like it was instantaneous. But there were a couple bits where it's like, oh, I didn't think about that. So that's an issue in The Dark Knight then. And yeah, ultimately, if you're really good at spotting plot holes and inconsistencies that others are not, then you could make a case that, yeah, the original trilogy is just as bad as The Last Jedi. And if you point that out, then it's like, wow, okay, then I've been enlightened.
Yeah, things can be bad for themselves for their own reasons, independent of other art out there. The same way things can be good, independent of other things that are also good. They're just non-comparable. So this is an argument I have with other objective critics of, well, you know, this movie did it this way, very similar technique, very similar theme, very similar whatever. And it's like, yes, but they're non-comparable, and they could be equally good for those exact same reasons. So yeah, it's a very odd statement to say, oh, Star Wars has always been bad. It's like, Star Wars has always been non-perfect. That's true.
Remind us of the originals that look like the originals, but not movies that are actually written like them. We've got Star Wars exactly where we want it. Don't fuck with it. Show us the stuff we've seen before, doing the stuff we've seen before, and
No, not really. Not exactly. I mean, we do want... I mean, what's Star Wars to you guys? To me, it's argument between good and evil, magical force powers, space battles, and this big death machines that blow up planets. Like that's...
Yeah, it's something fun to watch. It was inspired from the pulps, the adventures. That's what you want. You want an adventure where good versus evil and good wins at the end of the day. You don't need anything more complex than that. They try to make it more complex. Star Wars is about good versus evil, dark side, light side, hero rising up from nothing, from dust,
right,
to face off a gigantic empire.
And it's the same idea with the steakhouse. You go to the steakhouse for a steak, and if they want to give me a garnish, or they want to give me a side dish, go ahead. I don't mind. But you still got to give me what I want.
Still need the steak. It still has to be a steak, okay?
To me, it's a fantasy epic with like a sci-fi coating over it, basically. It has a very deep mythos and lore, and there's so many like books and video games and movies and whatnot that have shown all these different planets and races and languages and all this other stuff. It's really incredible how vast and expansive this world is. And then you have the stuff with the Sith and the Jedi on top of it. Like, it's already a pretty cool kind of like a science fiction setting, but then you add the Force and Jedi and Sith and lightsabers and everything, and that really helps it stand out from the average space odyssey or space epic or space opera, whatever you want to call it. And it's got some elements to it that can be seen as analogous to the real world. Like, for instance, the Death Star is sometimes seen as like it's analogous to weapons of mass destruction, nuclear weapons. But it's overall, it uses pretty standard, archetypical characters, with like the best example being, you've got Luke, the farm boy that becomes the hero of the galaxy. You have Obi-Wan, the old mentor that sacrifices himself and becomes instrumental in Luke's character development. It's a very it takes a lot of tropes from all these different stories that are pretty well known by the point that it was made, and it does something new with those tropes. It presents them in a way that's recognizable enough, but also still unique enough. Like Nerrel said at the beginning of his video, they were so unoriginal that they became original.
It's a complicated question, in all honesty. Like, the idea of like, what is it that makes Star Wars? Like, Just Right made his whole like interpretive communities video when, like, as like a follow-up to his Last Jedi video, where he's like talking about like people have certain expectations about what makes a good Star Wars movie. But it's like, just for me, I'd say that it's a small scale story about like very relatable characters, and it's a grounded story which is elevated by like all of the sci-fi aspects, like the different worlds, all the different technology. And of course, the mythology that's like with the Force and the Jedi. So it combines many different genres together so that it's something that appeals to a wide audience. But at the same time, what makes it so appealing is the characters and all their development that's like brought through with all the films. And that's why I think a lot of people don't connect quite as well to the prequel trilogy, because I do think that there's some merits to that trilogy in terms of filmmaking, but the characters are not relatable, except for like Obi-Wan and a handful of people. But like the core characters, they're not. It's not a story that most people connect to. And you know, when you have these films where essentially the world and the characters are not in any way relatable, and everything is built on the characters being idiots, it's not something that it's not something that captures the spirit of Star Wars. And I swear, I hate using that argument because it's not very substantive. But yeah, like Star Wars is built by its characters. That's what makes Star Wars Star Wars. That's what I'd say.
I think those are all pretty decent. I mean, everyone has their own interpretation, but we all have a general idea that we want something that's of a certain genre, with certain content, with high quality characters. I think that's universally accepted.
I think like characters are an essential to basically any story. I don't think that Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Harry Potter, the MCU, I don't think that any of those movies would have the lasting relevance that they do had it not been for the characters within them. Think of all the knockoffs and competing franchises to these to the ones that I've mentioned. You know, think of all of the series that have tried to be the next Harry Potter or the next Lord of the Rings or the next Star Wars. You look at the DCEU. What are all those things missing? Characters that are well developed, characters that are interesting, that are dynamic, that are memorable. And there's a lot of it's hard to break down what makes a character memorable or unique or dynamic or interesting enough, you know. But you look at stories like Breaking Bad, you look at characters in a show like Breaking Bad, and you can see that there is a clear difference between that and something like I don't know, CSI. Who watches CSI for the characters?
A police procedural whodunit. I would say flavors. There's certain CSIs I did, like Vincent D'Onofrio, but
yeah.
Other than that, not so much. No.
Or even you know, if we want to just stay within a police procedural, Monk. Monk had more memorable characters than CSI.
People watch I know Columbo. People watch Columbo for Columbo.
Oh yeah, Columbo's a great character.
Yeah, it depends on your attitude towards the murder mystery genre and the police procedural subgenre. So, yeah, Columbo is a reverse murder mystery. It
was a how catch him.
Yeah, it's a how to get him. Yeah,
yeah.
So it's kind of the entertainment of watching Columbo be Columbo, which is completely character driven. So. Yeah, you want to see characters, ultimately.
If you don't have a character to connect to, then I don't know. I don't know what...
Star Wars is specifically character-driven because the formula is the hero's journey. You have to have a very substantial character, a character that changes. It has to revolve around the character of Luke Skywalker for it to go anywhere. So that's the essence of it. I mean, that's the essence of at least the original trilogy.
Yeah, it is the hero's journey. That is the form of storytelling that we're looking for. And if you don't know how to tell that story, you have no business writing a Star Wars.
It's a Star Wars tradition.
Yeah. If we're going to just purely form, not content, just the form of a story. Yeah, that's true.
One gets hurt. I'm being a hypocrite about this since I nitpick things all the time. It's what YouTube is for. But when I dislike something, I make a genuine effort to understand why it turned out that way. Is there some kind of appeal I'm missing? Am I seeing it from all sides? Practically nothing is completely bad and devoid of value.
I don't think anyone's saying that about The Last Jedi. And in fact, I'd say the opposite. Like, The Rise of Skywalker is not an interesting movie. It's just a failure on just about every level. There's not much to learn about like storytelling. There's so much.
So much from The Last Jedi you can learn.
Yes, that's why people make videos on it. That's what, because it is so the bad. Bottomless pit of how to not write a story. There's so much that you can dissect. I'm like, I don't. There's merit, but it fails. It falls short on just about every level. That's why people make these videos, because they're like, this This went wrong. There's ways that this could have been improved, though. It's not just people saying, I didn't like this sucks, this sucks. It's like, if that's not what people do in these videos.
Yeah, we actually have some substantive points to make.
They do.
Considerations
you could
like
write
this separate.
1,000. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, yeah, you could write a 1,000-page book on every issue, or like on what makes The Last Jedi poorly written and all the different ways in which it fails to live up to the standards of quality writing. When Waller said that it should be taught in like screenwriting classes as to how not to write a screenplay, he's right. It was what was going through my mind when I was watching. Is like, wow, this has almost every kind of bad writing that I could imagine in one movie. And then Rise of Skywalker came out and decided to amplify the amount of inconsistencies and plot holes and contrivances by an order of magnitude. And even though I think that both of these films are terrible, there's still value in like watching them and understanding why they're so poorly made and what can be done to prevent more films from being made like this.
I would love the Japanese to do their own sci-fi epic, because they're really good at picking apart things that other people love, like Scotch whiskey, and making their own version of that and doing a very superb job.
Very high standards, yeah.
They actually did do that though recently. I mean, used The Last Jedi as an example of bad screenwriting. It was Bionic Woman producer Cameron Pasha. She used it.
It's like as if failure is the best teacher. You can
it's funny to say that.
Yeah. You can use this movie's mistakes and pitfalls so that you can set an example for what not to do.
Well, this is the thing that with the whole Plinkett example that he used. This is what I always say: like, no filmmaker is immune from criticism, and no critic is immune to criticism. Like, Plinkett made a mistake inside of that video, and that's something that you can learn from in the future. You're like, research your topics more clearly. Maybe he missed that because he didn't rewatch The Force Awakens before he made that video. There's like, it's fine to make mistakes, but then you need to grow. You need to figure out how you can be a better writer or video essayist or whatever. It's like, criticism is how you learn. That's why it exists.
Good criticism from bad.
But how am I to know the good side from the bad?
You will know when you are calm, at peace.
I didn't really like The Last Jedi when leaving the theater. It's like the second and third act of a trilogy wedged together. And with Disney rushing the films out in just 2 years, it's inevitable that a movie this ambitious will turn out uneven. I don't think anyone finds the Canto Bight stuff as interesting as Luke and Rey's story. I thought the movie was funny, but they may have gone too far in a few places. There are a few details I wish I could change, like Rose smashing into Finn with enough force to kill them both. But I didn't rush to judge it. The more I thought about it, the richer I realized the storytelling was, and the faults started to seem comparatively petty.
That's funny, because usually when I watch something for the first time, or play a game, I go, wow, that was fun, that was interesting, because I wasn't paying attention to everything. And
then later on, you're like, oh, wait a minute, there's some problems here.
Exactly. This guy's having the exact opposite reaction, which is just bizarre. I've never had someone go, that was a shit movie. Why did I sit through 3 hours of my life as an analytic fellow and then go, let's watch that again. Oh, wow, I love this.
That was my experience with Endgame. I remember watching that. I really enjoyed that in the theater. I knew there was a lot of problems, but then the more you think about it, you're like, this is a really, really flawed movie, even though it's heavily entertaining. It's like, yeah, that's strange.
Time travel, every time time travel is even better. You're gonna
the
have
second act
problems.
of that movie is a nightmare.
I think that it's like, yeah, it can be entertaining, but it could still be entertaining and also good. It's like
some things are so bad they're entertaining, and then some things can be still bad and still be entertaining at the same time. It's possible. The Last Jedi isn't.
It's possible for well, I mean, it's not possible for The Last Jedi to be entertaining to us, but it sure can be to other people, because what is entertaining is subjective. However, I do think that the higher quality something it tends to be, the more likely it is to be entertaining overall. You look at something like The Last Jedi, which is trying to be entertaining, and you also have Mission Impossible Fallout, which is a very well-made movie that's a lot like it has a much higher positive consensus than The Last Jedi has. Now, that doesn't mean that it is. That's not an argument for why it's a better movie, but I would say that it being a better movie will result in more people enjoying it. If you get what I'm,
I'm pretty sure. I think most people would agree that there is a correlation between quality and enjoyment to some degree. Like if a film is better made, then more people will enjoy it. I think that's like just stands up if you look at films that stand the test of time. That's why there are classics, is because they're well made and a lot of people enjoy it. Like look at Jaws.
More people would have enjoyed Endgame better.
Yes. Mm-hmm. 100%.
And when listening to Rian Johnson talk about it, everything I was thinking lined up perfectly.
He's realized that if he brings the Jedi back into this, then the Sith are going to rise up again, and the whole thing is going to start.
That doesn't make any sense. You invented that.
See, this is the argument from the chair, meaning that this is what he was thinking. It just so happens to be what I was thinking. Therefore, it's a good movie. That's not an argument. That's just I think this. Oh, he's also thinking that? No. He could be thinking the exact opposite. The product is the only thing we care about, not why he made the product or what could be going through someone's head, what could be going through a character's head. We have no idea what's going on, buddy, except for what we're given.
More misery.
If you are one of the people who hates this movie, nothing I've said has changed your mind, and that's fine. I understand a lot of the complaints and even share a few of them. I get that not everyone is as forgiving as I am. But if you take anything from this, it's to take it down a notch. The backlash is originating from a place of love for the series, but I don't think fans realize how vicious and hateful it gets when it all...
This is something that so many people do. They say you're being too hateful or you're raging or...
You're toxic.
Like, yeah, where is the proof? Where are all these
fan
toxic...
wrong. First we're watching the movie wrong, now you're being a
racist,
fan wrong.
Yeah, these bigoted fans. You're like, where are these people, man? It's like, I don't see it that much. Like, sure, people dislike the film, but like, what is the difference between a fan and like a hateful fan? Are they the ones like harassing people online? Because obviously that's wrong, but I've never done that. And I've been incredibly vocal about my dislike for The Last Jedi. So it's like, it's a strange thing when people do this. They say, just don't be angry. It's like, what does that mean?
Even with, channels that upload videos every day, they hate The Last Jedi and Disney Star Wars, Geeks and Gamers. Like, I don't care for their channel, but I'm not going to say, stop talking about Star Wars so much. Like, no, if they want to talk about Star Wars this much, go ahead. They've never taken up to the point where they start, harassing actors over it. They just, they make fun of Rian Johnson, and it's like, well, you can make fun of anyone. It's especially a public figure like Rian Johnson. It's the internet. They're not sending death threats. They're not, calling him racist names or whatever. They're not a part of that. If someone is going to assert that they are a part of that, then please present receipts. And publicly, I have been quite critical of Geeks and Gamers. That doesn't mean that I think, oh, they're just grifters and they're just opportunists or whatever. That's not what I want people to think. I think they can make whatever fucking videos they want as long as they present their facts and they actually they cover stories accurately. Which my main issues with them that I've been critical of in the past has been that they aren't very consistent with that. So, but overall, like if they want to make hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of videos about why The Last Jedi is a bad movie, go right on ahead. Do your thing. Like, do what you are passionate about. That's what I want people to do. People can make a videos that are passionate about how much they hate movies that I like. I don't care. That's not going to affect me. I don't get why
I'm not watching those. In fact,
yeah, like folks like Nerrel just saying like dial down the hate is like why? Why should they? Is it really affecting your love of the movie? Then maybe you don't love the movie that much in actuality.
Maybe his arguments aren't as solid as he might think.
I mean, if the movie was well made, I mean, sure, you'll still have some haters. Maybe you'll have some people who dislike it or even hate it for whatever reason. But if the movie was at least made adequately and things made sense and they respected the lore, respected the continuity, respected the fans and the characters, kept them relatively the same or mostly the same or completely the same, then there wouldn't be this huge backlash against it. It would be mostly respected, if not liked, if not loved. And then you'll have there'll be a small contingent of people who just hate it, even if they are original Star Wars fans. But it'll be more or less loved and respected overall if it were adequately made.
Like universally like appreciated or enjoyed films are like pretty much non-existent. Like you're always going to get people who hate a film or just aren't a fan, and it's like that's fine. It's like you don't need to worry about that.
The world's most perfect film, you can make the world's most perfect film, people will still hate it. Okay, it's not the problem. The problem is that this movie was not well made at all.
Exactly. It's like
so many problems.
This is one of those criticisms that there's nothing you can do with it. Like dial it down a bit. It's like what do you think that means? I can't. I'm not mad. So I don't know.
Yeah, you should never tell a fan to stop being a fan unless what they're actually doing is harmful or incorrect. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe you should take a break from your fandom for a day, come back later, see if it really matters to you as much. Because I get critics from myself all the time, and I don't mind responding to them, but sometimes they're just redundant and wrong. It's like, I can't teach you anything more than what I've already said. I can't present my argument in a different way that can relate to you to understand. So you have to like just step away from those people. But I don't think they should stop talking about what they like or what they dislike. That's silly.
Like the critics who just come out and say you just hate women. I get that.
Yeah, that's just bizarre. I don't know how they come to those conclusions.
You're just mad because the main character is female. It's like, you didn't listen? You didn't watch the video, did you?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I ask these people, hey, you want to talk about it? It's like, nope. They go, or even on Facebook, I try to get them to a private conversation. They won't do it. So, yeah, you try to reach out to these people because they are fans. They like this. They like or are within the same genre of stuff you enjoy, but they don't want to engage. They just call you names and they go away. So it's really not a big deal. And that's essentially what Nerrel is doing here. He's calling us a name. You're a super fan. You're too emotional. You're this. It's like, well, am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I'll stop. But you got to prove to me I'm wrong.
Which they can't.
Which is why we keep going.
They have to switch your focus to the original trilogy and point fingers at that, rather than defend the Last Jedi with actual substance.
Yeah. Attack your methods and character, not what you're actually saying. Yeah.
Pulls together. They've crafted an alternate universe where The Last Jedi wasn't a critical and commercial success, where Rian Johnson hasn't continued to have a great career, and where everyone hates the film as much as they do.
All non sequiturs. Who cares?
That's the argument I've heard so many times. Well, it made a lot of money, therefore it's good. Well, McDonald's makes a lot of money. Is McDonald's good? Is that a quality food that you want to eat every day?
Yeah,
it's a documentary on why it isn't.
No one is making videos saying the film wasn't successful because it was.
It was very successful.
Critics loved it. It made money, and it was there. Those aren't the criticisms being brought up. It's like those people are not living in an alternate reality. They're just pointing out flaws with the film because, yeah, you can't deny that it made money. But then the question is, does that equate to quality? It's like, well, you have the Transformers movies, so no.
It's so irrelevant to the discussion at hand. And I wonder, like, if there's a movie that this guy has hated that you can then just throw this back in his face. Like Transformers is a good example because, like, I'm pretty sure that most people would hate those movies. But then again, anyone that likes The Last Jedi, I have a hard time understanding if they would actually, hate the Transformers movies.
I'm trying to think about that. Jeez. I think the Transformers movies actually have more solid plots. So, yeah.
I've said this, man. I'm like, I feel like the Star Wars sequel trilogy is very similar to Transformers, but it's less offensive. Like, there's less stuff which is going to get under people's skin and make it so that they think that it's like egregious, but it shares a lot of similarities where it's like very like loud explosions and like bright colors, and it's like it's very flashy. It gets an audience in. But like when you strip away like all the explosions and the glamour and the big sets, like the substance does not hold up. They're eerily similar in a lot of ways, and I know that's going to piss a lot of people off, but it's like I will stand by that. I think there's an eerie amount of similarities to Transformers movies.
Yeah. So non sequiturs and argument ad populum. Yeah, we just dismiss those ideas.
In that echo chamber, Mark Hamill supposedly hates the movie and Rian Johnson over his initial disagreement on Luke. They don't mention this part.
Having seen the movie, I was wrong.
He's always right. He's always right.
But he was always right. I'm firmly in Ryan's camp now.
Yeah, it's called being a nice guy, okay? Mark Hamill doesn't want to step on anyone's toes. You know, he had his initial reaction, which is our reaction. Then he goes, hey, wait a second, this is my legacy. Let's not try and tarnish that. It's basic stuff.
Because the stuff that actors will say while doing press tours for the movies that they're in as they're being released is totally what they're actually thinking. John Boyega.
He's a good example, yeah.
This is a weak argument, really.
Even called it an all-time great film. It doesn't sound like that narrative pans out. It's often said that the sequel trilogy had no plan and that Rian Johnson ruined everything J.J. Abrams set up. But there was an arc set for the trilogy. And J.J. said he loved Ryan's script so much he was jealous he didn't make it himself.
Oh, wow. That's a great argument. He loved the script, therefore it's fine. Of course.
This is the whole thing with like using celebrity quotes. Like, you know, you can use those, you can use interviews to like try to like prove something about like maybe what may or may not have happened on set, but like it's very murky. Like you're never going to get like definitive proof on a lot of these things. So like it's something that can be interesting for like supporting your arguments, but it's not something that's like provable. It's not as tangible as like in the film.
The same argument of what was the director thinking? What was the writer thinking? How about I don't give a crap. I was given crap. Well, how did it get there? I don't care. It's still bad. Doesn't matter the philosophy. Doesn't matter the mental state, the emotional state, what he's having for dinner that day. None of this matters.
That the film didn't disrupt the ending he planned, and that he was inspired by The Last Jedi to be bolder with his final film.
Well, then he screwed up.
They're all right.
I've seen claims that it only has good reviews because Disney bribed everyone, when in reality it's the audience reviews that are dubious because of the review bombing campaigns against the film.
Yes, 200,000 people are review bombing. Everyone wrote it the same argument, 1 star on Rotten Tomatoes. Compare that to the fascinating score of The Rise of Skywalker at 86%, I think?
I think it was 86% from like 1,000 viewers to 100,000
yeah,
viewers.
It's just
like
it stayed. That's impossible.
Well, have you seen the YouTubers who have gone through and like determined that there are like specific phrases and names that are being used which imply that the reviews are...
Well, that's just Rotten. That's just Rotten.
I've seen a few videos on that for Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, that imply that. It's like it's an interesting thing to look at. But yeah, one way or another, it's stayed at 86%, and I've never bought that. I'm like, dude,
you can look at any other critic website, and it's totally different for user reviews. So something's going on with Rotten Tomatoes. It's pretty obvious.
It's weird.
The absolute rock bottom of the fanbase targeted Kelly Marie Tran with racist and sexist harassment until she abandoned Instagram.
It's called social media. This has nothing to do with.
It's called the internet, man. You got to have a little bit of tough skin if you're gonna be an actor or anything like that. It happens to everybody.
Even John Boyega said that you need to have a thicker skin to be on social media.
I will say this though, it's like it doesn't excuse the people that actually do it. Like you still have responsibility for your own actions, and it's just I've never sent people death threats or harassed actors because I didn't like their characters in a movie. So, I think it's reasonable to say don't do that, but it's not necessarily reasonable to accuse this, because this is a thing where a lot of Last Jedi defenders conflate the people that harassed Kelly Marie Tran allegedly with everyone that criticizes the movie. It happens so much, and it's like everyone that's been a vocal critic of this movie that I've seen has said, yeah, don't harass actors, and yet you still have people like Nerrel, trying to conflate the people that hate this movie with all the people that would be willing to harass an actor for their performance or for their character.
Yeah, you could look at even the sequel or the prequels. All the characters, the child actor, the Jar Jar character, all the people played those roles before. I think the internet came about in the end of the 90s. Yeah. So, it's human behavior. It has nothing to do specifically.
People are just cruel.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't think you're gonna find anybody who criticizes The Last Jedi who says it's right for those people to harass and give racist comments to Kelly Marie Tran. Everyone is going to agree that those people are wrong. Those people are not in the right, and it's you shouldn't associate that with people who just make genuine criticisms about the film. But it's one of those things that it's obviously wrong, but it's not a very useful criticism.
Yeah, I think we just continue. This is just not even worth talking about anymore.
It's never been worth talking about.
Nope.
Someone's responding to diversity negatively. Fuck 'em,
Diversity negatively. Okay, sure, whatever.
So he takes the
diversity defense.
Yeah, he takes the people that are criticizing how his diverse cast of characters are written and takes that to mean that they are against diversity in general.
They're diverse, therefore they're good. That's the Hollywood defense.
Ghostbusters 2016, it happens all the time. It's a very deceptive narrative.
Literally the only person that I've seen make some kind of argument against diversity in anything in general is you know the website One Angry Gamer?
Yes.
Yeah. That dude's a fucking moron. And he makes everyone that's anti SJW or whatever look fucking horrible. And so it's just, I wouldn't be surprised if he was actually a social justice warrior trying to make up the perfect straw man for them to use. But that's not usually what I'm seeing from people that are criticizing, Rose or Haldo or anyone in The Last Jedi.
It's a strange thing to say about.
We're getting in the end of this, and what he's just pulling out right now are all the vague cards of people are racist, people don't like diversity, and it's these are just they're non-arguments, and it's there's no point in talking about this, but for some reason everyone does who defends The Last Jedi, and it's why even bring this into the conversation? This doesn't do any good.
Yeah.
Daisy Ridley left social media altogether. Jar Jar's actor Ahmed Best contemplated suicide.
Just to clarify, Daisy release, I'm pretty sure she said that because it was just too much to handle. It wasn't because she was harassed, she just didn't want to be on.
She posted some opinion about gun control, and then some people responded to that, and then she got off of social media.
That's fine. It's whatever. That happens to everybody. It's yeah. Okay.
Right after the backlash to his character. George Lucas posed the question, why would I want to make any more films when everyone yells at me that I'm a terrible person all the time? And, yeah. Why would anyone put themselves in the crosshairs of this fan base?
Because it's their passion and they don't care what other people say except when they actually say they do. So, yeah, they shouldn't be doing something when they're influenced by other people. Do you want to do the thing you really love, George? Then do it. It's all there is to it.
Look at Jon Favreau. Look at how well received he is. And Dave Filoni as well. You've got these two guys who have put themselves in the crosshairs of this fan base by making content for Star Wars, and yet they happen to make content that, maybe they're not masterpieces, but they're good enough. They're still accepted by the fan base.
Yeah, it's the same with YouTube creators who just want to make whatever. They don't care about popularity or how many clicks they get. They just want to do it. They do it.
It's like they just assume that the fan base is going to hate anyone that associates themselves with Star Wars. No, it's quite possible to be a well-received writer for Star Wars.
Yeah, just respect the lore, respect the fans, respect the franchise you're working in.
Mm-hmm.
Hire competent writers. It's very simple.
Just search Rian Johnson's name and you'll see a never-ending stream of vitriol with his every utterance twisted into a new way of attacking him. And in spite of that, he's supernaturally unfazed and positive about the fans.
Yeah, except for when he talks about Madik and man babies and everything else he disagrees with.
He makes a movie called Knives Out with this character who is described as a Nazi who masturbates to pictures of dead deer, and Rian Johnson went out in an interview and said that that character is inspired by all the people that hated The Last Jedi and trolled him on Twitter.
Didn't even see it, man. I didn't even. It doesn't even make any sense as a non-character.
It was made by Rian Johnson, so I didn't go see it. So I save my money on that one.
Wait, Evan, you saw Knives Out, right? We had that disastrous stream trying to discuss it. It was a bad movie, guys. Don't believe the media hype around it.
It's nowhere near as good as my issue is the characters, man. They're just insanely thin.
I'd say that it was a lot better than The Last Jedi. A lot more enjoyable. It was actually
There's a lot more substance to be found, but it's the core of it, man. The mystery is not very well written at all.
Yeah, it was actually entertaining, but if you're a sucker for like well-written mysteries, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, no, I'm hypercritical of even the David Suchet, Agatha Christie, BBC's shows.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, hey, he's a fan of Agatha Christie too. Oh my!
You should go ahead.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch this movie eventually. I'm not expecting gold, so.
When you do, I'd like to be able to discuss it with you because there's quite a bit that's wrong with the core mystery in that movie.
Oh, I could pick apart murder mysteries of any genre fairly well, unless you're talking about some Polish authors. But I'd be happy to.
Sweet.
The ones that aren't racist.
I mean, it was the happiest experience in my life. Everything, the release of it, the interactions with all the.
They gave you millions of dollars and a giant sandbox full of money. I think you'd have a good time, sir.
One would have a good time, man. That's the dream. Yeah. Filmmaker, man, to just be handed Star Wars. Yeah.
I don't care if he made shit. Yeah. I would have a great time too. Well, he did make shit, but yeah.
Fans, all of it. When people care this deeply about something, that's what happens, and that's what makes it wonderful. And I feel very, incredibly privileged to have just been a part of it.
I say all of this not to vilify anyone, well, them, obviously, but to salvage whatever hope there is for you to enjoy this trilogy. The finale is coming, and who knows? Maybe it will retcon things and blow holes in my arguments.
Yeah,
sure did. What else were they supposed to do?
I can't wait for his response. What were they supposed to do with
just the light speed thing? Yeah,
I can't wait what he has to say. It's like, oh guys, in that previous video I made, yeah, don't watch that anymore.
J.J. Abrams just took a sledgehammer to all that, so.
The same way Rian Johnson did. Wow. Maybe
it's not just after next.
Maybe
not just J.J. Abrams though
should be by Rian Johnson.
Not just J.J. Abrams took a sledgehammer to that though. As it turns out, there's a lot of possible studio interference that was involved in this. So I recorded a podcast. I believe it was like 2 nights ago, and we went over a lot of like behind the scenes drama stuff that was leaked to the Saltier Than Crate subreddit, and it's not uploaded yet. I'm going to try to get uploaded either tomorrow or the day after. But it's some really interesting shit that they did that basically they tampered with the story in ways that J.J. Abrams was not expecting them to. Like to the point where like someone apparently said that even though he's not the kind of person that shouts, he once shouted, well, why don't you just have this movie, why don't you just have the credits for the movie say written and directed by Lucasfilm? Like, damn. It's a very interesting story that will develop these next few weeks, I assume.
That could be a whole documentary.
Yeah.
Everything, in fact, everything behind the scenes of the Star Wars sequels could be a whole documentary on their own. A tragedy.
Maybe it'll be great, maybe it'll disappoint. Regardless of how it turns out, this is your last chance at this. Instead of bringing all of the baggage and hostility with,
let's go see Rise of Skywalker.
Try to think about how audiences felt seeing the birth of the series back in 1977. Relax your stranglehold and let the filmmaker have Star Wars for a few hours.
I don't think anyone's ever saying not to enjoy the next movie when it comes out, or when it did come out. So I don't know what his great message is to people who hate the last.
Just enjoy it. I mean, just consume product.
Yeah,
don't ask questions.
Yeah, don't use your brain anymore, folks. Just think about how great the old movies were. It's like, no, we're using the thing we just saw as a barometer for quality. It's a pretty low bar. So when we go to this,
I'm not saying you can't criticize it. Just maybe don't be too angry about it. It's like, what do you think you mean? So.
Yeah, why don't we gauge it for its own merits as opposed to remembering what other people thought of a previous series, 40 years ago.
Forget about your demands and rule books and go on the journey that they want to take you on. And if you give it that chance and still don't like it, by all means, criticize it.
Throw away the lore, guys. Just,
With the continuity, the lore, decades of established lore.
That'll definitely help you enjoy the movie. I'll give him that.
Give yourself a lobotomy.
Like I said, if these were the only Star Wars stories that existed, then the movies would probably be mostly okay. The stuff with Poe and Holdo and Canto Bight would still be shit, but at least the really big stuff that affected most people's enjoyment of the movie, that being, how they treated the old characters, including Luke.
Massive disrespect to all the lore, the characters, and the fans.
Wouldn't have even been there. Wouldn't have even been there if these were the first Star Wars stories ever.
But they should have known that. I mean, the creators should have known that. Should have taken that into consideration when they made these movies. That there are things to consider.
So essentially, his message is we're watching movies wrong. And
we're watching movies wrong.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to be critical about them. We're just supposed to enjoy and just munch the popcorn like movie-going zombies.
It's only a sequel if you interpret it as such. So interpret it as not a sequel.
It's all about interpretation.
Yeah, every movie exists in a vacuum to these people.
The word trilogy is just a word. You don't have to mean 3 movies. It just sounds cool.
Continuity, what's that?
But do it fairly, with the knowledge that it was made by human beings who worked themselves half to death to give...
Yes, who are stupid and don't know how to write. But, that's just my opinion.
I'm almost sure that Rian Johnson's made his movie so he can cash it in, get himself a new yacht or something.
Does he even have money? I don't know. He must.
I don't know.
Give you the best story they could.
Don't give in to hate. Mind what you have learned. Save you again.
I will. I promise.
Unless, of course, you actually hate the thing, then go ahead. Yeah, you're free to do that. But just not so this guy knows about it, because he doesn't like people who hate things.
That I've ruined my channel. Thanks. Thanks, everyone. I'll be in the garbage if anyone needs me. Stick to video games, asshole!
Well, he's a very good video maker. I'll give him that. This is very much like The Last Jedi. Very looking good, sounds good.
Looks good.
Good editing.
It's good.
great.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Great companion piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
His editing is great, but the presentation's good, but the arguments suck. The
Yeah.
substance is not there.
The one thing that the critic needs is to derive meaning from analysis, and he has just avoided that entire goal in his work. He's just like, hey guys, come on, just chill out. Don't hate it so much. You're watching this thing wrong. Maybe, don't be so crazy about it. Just, chill out a bit. It's like, okay, we'll be rational. We'll withhold our emotion, and our points still stand. So we can do it the cold-hearted way. Yeah, we can do it that way too. Complete pure logic. But then they'll say, oh, you're not enjoying the movie. You have to actually feel things. You have to watch things a proper way. It's like, oh, so I am still watching the movie wrong. Okay.
Well, I mean, he did that in the video. Clearly, this video is not intended just for the people who hate the movie without reasons, because he was like, no, the Force doesn't make sense in the OT, therefore it doesn't need to make sense in here as long as it services the plot. He had actual points, and it's like you can't do both. You can't just say, just don't be mad about the movie, and at the same time say The Last Jedi is actually really well made, and your criticisms don't hold up. It's like you need to decide what you're trying to say when you make a video, and this video did not do that. So
yeah, well, I did enjoy going through with you guys. I think we've done our due diligence of taking the time, and I think Southpaw, you went through a lot of effort just to, talk about the one element, which was the Mary Sue, which was, I mean, again, TV Tropes is a really great site to get all that information out in case you don't know a term or you're misunderstanding a literary device and you want to know how it works. And because of the nebulous nature of Mary Sue, it's very hard to grasp sometimes. And sadly, again, he did not define his terms. He did not even find the term of a theme, which I thought would have been easy peasy for him.
Yeah.
Because everyone loves the themes and saying how great the themes are in The Last Jedi. And he just sort of slammed, I think, 2 or 3 of them together in his conversation. So, yeah, again, as everyone has said before, this is pretty much the same old video from 2 years ago, repackaged. And I've really found the bouncing grid for balance of the Force to be, I wouldn't say the most original, but just the most animated, funny part of the presentation.
This big old graph, and it's like, this does not make any sense. And like, you can put it on this graph, bounce back, and bring it there. Like, what in the world?
Yeah, that destroys the entirety of the Force if you just believe that the Force, nothing matters. It's just the Force balancing itself.
And apparently, there's a whole vat of Snokes, which are a bunch of superpowered super Siths. It's just like, oh, that's a lot of Siths ready to be born.
Palpatine has a vat of Snokes in the 3rd movie. There's a couple of them growing in a tank somewhere.
Yeah,
something I still struggle with, man. I'm like, why didn't he just make an army of Snokes? Like, he built Snoke literally. It's like, that brings up so many questions, man.
There's no explanations in the 3rd movie. Like I've said this several times. There are no explanations in the 3rd movie. Just if you want a question answered, just move on.
I think
a good question for another time.
I think that's a quote by Kathleen Kennedy. Nothing is explained in The Rise of Skywalker during an interview on a red carpet. And
did she say that as like a feature?
I guess it's like nothing's explained. Just go in and enjoy it. It's like what?
Yeah,
it's the best movie ever made. Nothing is explained at all. Feature.
It's a sad state of affairs when a producer says something like that. The 3rd part of a trilogy, nothing is explained. Kind of puts the role of the critic on the side, just like, nothing, right? Okay. That's not how you conclude. That's not how you have denouement. That's not how you have endings. You want to resolve. You want to answer everything. You want to tie up loose ends. You want to bring everything to a close. Put a nice little bow on top. Send people on their way out the theater saying, wow, what a great experience. Everything made sense. Not, oh yeah, we can't answer anything for you guys. Sorry. So.
Yeah. It was a trilogy that utterly wasted our time and made fun of us for ever getting invested or interested in where it was going or, who these characters were. They're like, fuck it, it doesn't matter.
Yep, that's what I'm being told. Again, I haven't seen episode 9. I'm sure most people have, but I'll get off my lazy ass and stop reading books and spend the 30 seconds it takes to download.
Yeah.
Get some beer or something. It's definitely not a movie you want to watch sober.
Oh, really? One of those. Okay.
I regret watching it sober.
I went to a movie theater that served beer, so I was good.
Oh, that's nice.
It's fine.
Nice.
Well, guys, we've been online for what, 3.5 hours? Fantastic. Thanks for having being a part of this. Not just tonight, but of course the previous times as well.
Thanks for having me on, man. I've really enjoyed being part of this and hope to be a part of it in the near future as well.
Oh yeah. Whenever you guys have a video you feel like criticizing, contact me on Twitter. This goes for the audience as well, whether on the channel, on Twitter, on the community tab, in the comments below. Go right ahead and we will see what we can do. I'll talk to these guys or else I'll get a specialist. I'll have one tomorrow. We're talking about the Witcher series from Exlatalis. He has a whole wonderful YouTube channel on not just the Witcher or Witcher 3 games, but just, I think, media in general. He does about a video a day. He's really dedicated to his YouTube channel. He's great. Very calm, gentle, nice guy. And we're going to talk about the entire series tomorrow around 12:30, lunchtime EST. If you guys want to tune in for that, I'd appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. It's 11 p.m. here on the Eastern Seaboard. And I wish all of you a good night, and we'll see you soon.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.